We are so excited to welcome you to the SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week virtual trade show. With nearly 200 participating exhibitors from across the renewable energy industry and 100 live education sessions, we are proud to bring you a robust, energy-filled 2 days of opportunity and access to the best of the industry. Take time and visit with all of our exhibitors who are available to live chat with you over the next 2 days. And make sure that you've created your My Show Planner account so that you can interact with all of our exhibitors. Every day, there will be a dedicated live chat time block from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern so that you can chat with the exhibitors. And all of this is brought to you by EDF Renewables. Let's give them a virtual big round of applause for their support.
Now, we would like to recognize each of our sponsors for their support not only for SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week, but also their support to the industry. They truly contribute to the quality and success of this event. With that, our one and only highest sponsor at the megawatt level, SolarEdge. Also, be sure to check out and explore SolarEdge's interactive 360 virtual booth experience. You can easily access it from their virtual trade show booth, as well as here on the homepage of the virtual trade show. We'd also like to recognize our kilowatt level sponsors, Doosan GridTech, LG, EDF Renewables, Black & Veatch, and Jinko Solar. And for our watt sponsors, Baysfield, Eaton, Block Energy. Our premier sponsors, Enerbank USA, Nearmap, and Veritone. And for our supporting level sponsor, Solar Ranch Development Company.
We are lucky to have some of the best-in-class industry partners any organization could ask for. We'd like to give special recognition to the California Fuel Cell Partnership, the eMERGE Alliance, Forth, and Solar Energy International, whose continued partnership has ensured we provide industry-leading content across the entire renewable energy landscape. Our industry partners play a key role in the success of SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week, and support our efforts to bring renewable energy industry professionals together to open the conversation about what is impacting the industry, best practices, and more. Now, stay tuned and watch this short instructional video that will walk you through how to create your My Show Planner and successfully navigate our virtual trade show so that you can see exhibitor demonstrations, access collateral, and even live chat through the virtual business cards that have been added by each exhibitor.
Welcome to the virtual event My Planner. This tool has everything you'll need to make the most of your time searching and networking online. While exploring the online directory, you can save exhibitors, products, documents, contacts, webinars, and more. With a My Planner account, you can access exclusive content only available to My Planner users to make the most of your event experience. Creating an account is easy. Simply click the Create Your My Planner option and complete the registration form. Select Yes under the Connect with Exhibitors section to share your name and email with exhibitors you add to your planner. Select Create Your Free Account and you'll be all set to start exploring and saving resources. The online directory includes everything you'll need to explore the event. This intuitive layout allows you to access the search bar, quick links, and a couple of different ways to view your search results. The quick links allow you to quickly access important areas including new products, featured companies, webinars, and special offers. Click into the search box to see all available search options, including a broad keyword search, allowing you to explore a variety of content simultaneously. For example, when searching audio, you will see search results pulled from various content areas, such as exhibitors, product categories, show features, brands, and more. You can also toggle over to the Education menu option at the top of the page to use event-specific search criteria. Choose from two different options when viewing your search results. Option 1 is the grid view, which will present your results as tiles with additional information previewing the details page. The second option is the list view, which will display the same information but within a listed format. Click into the search results on either view to see additional details and options for adding this information to your My Planner. As you start to explore the directory, you'll notice a new notification in the top right corner of your screen. By clicking here, you will be taken into the MYS recommendation engine that will make recommendations based on event-specific activity. This tool uses AI technology to reveal what like-minded attendees are searching for to help you explore every avenue while attending the event. By clicking on the bell icon, you will see your own personal recommended results for exhibitors and education events based on your directory activity. You can click on these results to learn more, add to your My Planner, or dismiss them to make room for additional recommendations. The recommendation engine allows you to see your own personal list of can't-miss companies to start networking with. As you explore the directory, don't forget to save exhibitors, products, and other resources by clicking the plus sign icon. You can then access your saved items in the corresponding sections of your My Planner. Click the My Planner option in the navigation menu to go to your planner homepage. The homepage includes an easy-to-navigate layout. Simply scroll down or navigate to a specific area using the menu options at the top of the page. You can save scheduled events such as networking sessions, training, guest speakers, and more to your My Events calendar to keep track of your schedule. Within the Exhibitors section, you can see your saved exhibitors, mark who you have spoken with, and take notes all in one place. If you are interested in learning more about a new product featured on an exhibitor's listing, you can add them to your My Planner and they will be saved in your product section. Save press releases, white papers, brochures, case studies, links, and other items uploaded by exhibitors in your collateral section. Documents can also be downloaded and saved to your own personal device. Explore show specials to save special offers such as discounts and giveaways that have been posted by exhibitors. View virtual business cards and save them to your contacts section. You can also reach out to these contacts via email through your My Planner account. Your recommendations section will list your own personal recommended results based on your directory activity. It's that easy. My Planner has everything you need to maximize your virtual event and networking experience. The MYS chat is a way for attendees to connect with exhibitors in real time. My Show Planner users can easily engage with exhibitor contacts through the one-to-one chat function available through an exhibitor listing or through the new chat interface within the Planner dashboard. This feature is available to all My Show Planner users with just a few easy steps. Both attendees and exhibitors must first create a Planner account, verify their email, and enable the chat feature in their profile settings to send and receive messages. Using this tool is easy. Simply log into the planner and click the My Chat button. Here, attendees can view their saved contacts along with a full list of all contacts. Any exhibitor who has the green tag labeled Available is currently available for a live chat. To start a chat, attendees can simply click the chat button to the right of the contact's name. They can also start a conversation by clicking the chat button next to the online contact information on the exhibitor's details page. If a contact is not available for a live chat, attendees have the option to reach out by email directly. The contacts listed on the exhibitor details page are based on the information entered in the online contacts section of the exhibitor dashboard. Exhibitor contacts will see any messages they have received when they select the My Chat button. They can network with attendees and see their chat history indefinitely to revisit information when they follow up with leads. If attendees or exhibitors navigate to another part of the online directory, they will receive an alert at the top of the page when they have an unread message. They can click the banner to navigate back to the chat area or close to view unread messages at a later time.
Welcome to SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week, the largest event in North America for the renewable energy industry, including solar, storage, smart energy, wind, hydrogen and fuel cells, geothermal, and EV infrastructure. Thank you for joining us from your home office. I am Brenda Chu with the Smart Electric Power Alliance.
And I am Roderick Lewis with the Solar Energy Industries Association, your track ambassadors for the next 2 days. Our role is to help you navigate what's happening in solar and why it's important to our cause.
Here at SEPA, we see solar, storage, and other distributed energy resources all playing key roles in helping to advance us towards a carbon-free energy system in the future. The question we will need to continue working towards is how to facilitate and expedite this transition.
SEIA is a national trade association for the U.S. solar industry across the entire supply chain. Our mission is to build a stronger solar industry to power America. We do that by advocating for policies that advance solar in state capitals and across the federal government. We also raise awareness of the benefits and the possibilities of solar generation through an aggressive public affairs campaign. The fact is that solar energy can create hundreds of billions of dollars in investment, add hundreds of thousands of jobs, and help make a serious progress to address the climate crisis in the U.S. and across the world.
Over the next 2 days, we recommend that you check out the following sessions in order to gain business insights and connections. Solar and storage as transmission assets, not your grandparents' distribution utility, how the grid can evolve in a high penetration DER environment, maximizing DER value through real-time control and market optimization, guidelines for solar and storage interconnection.
Additional sessions include closing the circuit, outlooks for a cleaner electricity system, modernizing wholesale markets for the Solar Plus decade, and rebuild better with solar energy, a federal update. The following exhibitors are innovating and leading the charge in the solar space. Please head over to the Virtual Expo Hall platform to engage with these exhibitors and learn more about their innovations technologies, and products. EDF, Solar Edge, Jinko, Game Change Solar, Aurora Solar. We are excited for this opportunity to learn and engage with you at the virtual show over the next 2 days. For more insights into the solar market, I can be reached at membership@sia.org.
And I can be reached at research@sepapower.org. Thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Good morning. This is Ryan Pletka, Vice President of Innovation for Black & Veatch. I'm happy to join you today to talk about the lessons that we've learned fighting COVID-19. I'm also pleased that Anastasia Urbanek will be joining me in a minute to talk about some of the specific impacts on our solar projects. Our presentation today is going to talk about our journey from being reactive to this disease to being proactive. I'll start off by describing generally how we responded to COVID-19. Anastasia is then going to talk about some of the impacts on our solar projects. And then I'm going to present to you some of the innovative new solutions that we've developed with partners, as well as our own solutions. As we know, the COVID virus emerged in late 2019 in China. Black & Veatch, as a global corporation, was first impacted in Asia. This is actually a photo from our Beijing office when they implemented daily temperature checks of staff coming to the office. One of our first actions we took in response to COVID-19 was to establish what we call the CIRT, our Critical Incident Response Team. This was established for the first time back in January in response to COVID-19. And it is a group with an executive level authority overlooking global operations and COVID intelligence. Includes many different representatives from across our organization, including our environmental health and safety team, people from procurement, IT, travel, etc. And they have 5 key tenets that they feel have been successful. That is to act early, to communicate often, to create plans for many different contingencies, to engage widely throughout our organization, and to really lead the organization through this pandemic. This slide shows the current status of Black & Veatch offices and project locations worldwide and in the US. As you can see on the left, most of our offices in Asia and project locations are at full capacity and operating as normal. In the US, we have made the decision to keep most of our offices closed. However, most of our projects have remained operational throughout the entirety of the COVID pandemic, as the large fraction of our construction is considered essential construction work. Here you see an example of the COVID impacts on one of our larger construction projects in Indonesia. This was a structural steel erection for a large power plant there involving over 2,500 tons of steel. 3/4 of the construction was done under COVID-19 conditions earlier this year. Thousands of people work on this project site, including 350 direct Black & Veatch professionals. There are 7 large and 4 small cranes, and we had over 500,000 hours of work with only 1 first aid incident. COVID responses included over 100,000 temperature checks, over 20,000 medical masks, 1,500 bottles of hand sanitizer, and 500 rapid test kits. As a result, we were able to keep the pandemic in check, and we actually finished the project 3 days ahead of schedule.
Hi, my name is Anastasia Urbanek. I support our global renewables work, so that includes wind, battery, and solar. And I've been with Black & Veatch for about 10.5 years. And I'm here to talk about the impacts of COVID on specifically on our solar projects within the United States. Currently within the United States, these are our solar projects. So we have 3 75 megawatt projects in the state of Florida. We just finished a 100 megawatt project in the state of Arkansas. The North Carolina project is actually only a 25 megawatt project, and that one's wrapping up soon. And then we have a confidential project within the state of Virginia, which is 59 to 65 megawatts. In the state of Florida alone, Black & Veatch employs over 1,200 craft members. So craft being the labor force that's doing the actual construction work. That's quite a large number. All of our projects, including our conventional generation projects and these 3 solar sites, they all ramped up during the COVID time. So keeping our people safe and ensuring that they understand COVID and we take all the precautions was a big challenge for us. And we did quite a good job in Florida, even during the peak of COVID within that state. Some issues encountered during COVID when it first, I guess, came out or hit the United States. Sick time. So most construction companies do not have sick time for their craft employees or their labor employees. And many construction workers live paycheck to paycheck, and so they're going to come into work sick, regardless of a deadly virus happening in the world or a global pandemic. So we really wanted to encourage people to stay home if they were sick, and so we put some measures in place that I'll talk about on the next slide. Cleaning protocols. A lot of construction sites typically don't have the best cleaning. We do provide, hand sanitizer and things like that. But there was never a cleaning schedule. So we did have to implement some things there as well. Tracking direct contact. So if someone came to work sick or someone came and told us that they were exposed to someone outside of work that had symptoms or tested positive, tracking direct contacts was a big challenge. Testing and the length of time it took to get the results across the United States was it was honestly terrible during the peak of COVID. Testing was taking 9 to 14 days to get results back, and so it left a lot of employees nervous and scared, and also the crew members that were around that employee prior. It created a lot of challenges and just a low morale on some of the project sites. And then intrastate transfers and hires. So we have people moving from state to state, depending on when their project's done and they move on to another project. So they may be going from a hot spot to a non-hot spot. So the quarantine periods and things like that became a challenge. And then also the changes in direction by the CDC. There would be times that we would put out an initiative or a direction saying we were going to do such activity. And then the next day the CDC would change their guidelines. And that created a lot of problems for our projects. Some things that we did to react and try to be proactive against COVID. Cleaning logs. So each crew had to have a person designated for cleaning any hot touch points. That included the vans and the buses that they take out to their work area, tools. We weren't allowed to share pens during our morning toolbox talks, which they have to sign off typically on that toolbox talk to say that they understand the work they're performing that day. So there's a lot of things that changed. Temperature checks. We implemented temperature checks back in early April. Very quickly. We did have trouble finding some thermometers, but we were able to make it work. And that has really helped us to eliminate eliminate people coming into the job site sick or having a fever. Masks. We required masks at the end of April, prior to many places going 100% mask requirement. Now we have since relaxed that to be if they can maintain 6-foot distancing and they're outdoors in a non-common area, they can take that mask off or take it down. We tried to work with local clinics for testing. We were successful on some projects, not all. They came and actually would test our professionals and our craft employees, and it was a volunteer type basis. We also implemented sick leave for craft employees. So I mentioned on the slide before that most construction companies don't have sick time for craft. We implemented 80 hours. So if people had symptoms or if they were told by our work partners doctor, which is our virtual medical doctors that we use for injuries, that they were considered medium or high risk, we would send them home and they would get that sick time once they returned to work. We also have a safety task assignment COVID insert. So in the morning, as you can see that picture, we do a toolbox talk or huddle. First thing that happens with that foreman or whoever's leading it is there's a questionnaire that they have to ask all those employees. Do you have any of these symptoms? Have you been exposed to anyone outside of work, et cetera? And everyone has to answer those. Basically a no or a negative. I haven't had any of these issues before the day starts. We also have smaller groups and more social distancing. So again, you can see in the picture there, this is what our typical morning meeting would now look like. We also had to eliminate our all hands gathering area. We did get creative and added radios to each crew for all hands meetings on Mondays. So we still at least try to get some of that touch point and that communication. We have increased focus before and after holidays. This summer, there was quite a few holidays and people go home and they get with their families, their weddings, et cetera. And we had to educate them. And we gave out pamphlets and magnets and things like that to try to get them to understand just how serious this virus is. And we also require all visitors to fill out a questionnaire before they come on our job sites. And that includes corporate personnel like myself and also the client. A few lessons learned. If we do go through another jump or spike in cases or another pandemic, wearable devices, having something in place prior. We've experimented with wearable devices prior to this, but it was more safety related, ergonomics. I think if we would have implemented something a couple of years ago when we were looking at it, we could have helped with the direct contact tracing. We did test out 1 or 2 on the solar sites. They just didn't work for the type of work that we were doing. I think it would work very well on, say, a conventional power plant type job. Crew size. So again, we limited the number of crew members, 10 or less. And so we had to also ensure that we had the correct supervision, making sure that that crew, we don't intermix and we don't transfer one member of that crew to another member of that a different crew. Because if one person from that crew gets sick, that whole crew is more than likely out because of the direct contact. It's just the way construction works. There's no way to social distance with every scope of work that they do or every task. Contingency plans. This is primarily for our construction management staff on site. So that's your project field manager, your construction manager, your safety manager, and also your superintendents. If one of them goes out sick, how many direct contacts does that take out? And then also who can step into that person's role very quickly to ensure the project's still done safely, efficiently, with quality, and still meeting the production goals that we need. And so that was a big deal. We also learned that most of our people in the field, our construction staff, are very agile and flexible. Again, I mentioned that the CDC would change something a day or 2 later, and our site teams would have to pivot very quickly and work with that new plan or that new CDC guidance. And they did a great job at it. We have very strong professionals within our company, and that has shown through. It's also shown us who handles pressure well, on top of all everyday tasks that everyone has to do, and the burden of running a construction site and meeting the budget, the schedule, and being safe as well. They also had to handle the COVID, which decreased production overall, not only losing members of the crew. So at one site, we actually lost 60 people within a week, just due to direct contacts outside of work. We never had any work-related COVID cases. So that really affected production. And then we also lost 2 superintendents on one site for 2 weeks. So we had to work around that. And then administrative support. So the contact tracing is extremely time consuming. In the future, we definitely need to have some type of administrative support that knows how to be organized and handle this. And that's all I have for you. So if there's questions or concerns, please let Ryan know. And I'll hand it back to you, Ryan. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Anastasia. I'm now going to talk about some of the solutions that Black & Veatch developed by ourselves and with partners to COVID-19. Now I'm going to tell you about some of the Black & Veatch's solutions that we developed both for our own projects as well as for some of our client sites. The first of these is a physical solution called RAMS, or Rapid Modular Health Systems. These are modular facilities that can be used for access control, screening, COVID testing, disinfection of PPE, and many other uses. These are currently deployed at our project sites, at our buildings, as well as meatpacking plants, universities, and a number of other locations. They're secure, temperature-controlled, rapidly deployed, and easily configurable for many different applications. Our RAM solution pairs well with our Covoperate solution, which is a digital application developed in partnership with Field2Base. This is used for things like employee health self-screening, storing records such as test results, and location tracking. The final solution was actually developed by our telecom team deploying a smart grid project in New York early during the pandemic. As we all know, New York was one of the first epicenters, and this was used by our teams to understand local conditions, as well as for contact tracing either through daily check-ins with our crews and tracking their location, as well as eventually a smart tag solution that we implemented with Ubuntu that I'll describe in a minute. There are a few other relevant COVID-19 solutions that we developed. The first is primarily intended for the built environment, and this includes industrial hygiene assessments, disinfection, and HVAC optimization and disinfection. The second is related to environmental sensing, such as testing for the COVID-19 virus in wastewater or the air. And finally, for nearly 20 years, Black & Veatch has built biosecure labs, as well as disease tracking software for the federal government for biothreat reduction. Some of these labs have been used to track the pandemic and fight it around the world. There is a world of innovation outside of our walls, and we knew that we had to look to others to help us fight COVID-19. So back in March, we decided to launch our IgniteX COVID-19 Response Accelerator to find promising new solutions from startups and other organizations to fight COVID-19. This is the second time we've done an accelerator. Last year, we did one with startup companies focused around clean tech. This year, rather than making investments in company, we just decided to provide about $500,000 in grants, in-kind services, early purchases of first-of-a-kind equipment, and some selected investments. We announced the program back in March and are having our demo day I'll tell you about here in just a minute. We received over 300 applications to the program and have selected 18 promising companies to work with to help us fight COVID. The 18 companies selected fall into 5 general categories. These include tracking and tracing technologies, health screening, disinfection, environmental sensing, and other categories. I wanted to highlight just a few of these, which may be relevant for you. Feel free to reach out to me for more information or to contact the company directly. Aquasense, in the disinfection category, makes a tabletop disinfection device for PPE. We bought actually the first 2 units of these ever manufactured, and they're now commercially available. Motiga Health makes long-lasting, persistent sanitizer, 24-hour hand sanitizer, and a spray for surfaces that can last up to 7 days. Over in the other category, Avatur makes a real-time telepresence systems based on 360 cameras. So you can teleport to a site without having to travel there. You can optionally wear VR headset to really immerse yourself into that remote site presence. We're working with Cycle Systems on a mask with an integrated HEPA filter for protection over 99.9%. And this mask is designed for long-lasting comfort, much like a pair of sunglasses. Ubuntu and EB Systems make commercially available equipment for tracking and tracing, for example, for social distance compliance, as well as automatic contact tracing. And finally, OneScreen, one of the first companies we actually purchased equipment from, makes an integrated thermal temperature scanner as well as a facial recognition system. We deployed over 30 of these early in the fight against COVID-19. We're now looking at integrating them into our access control systems for our offices and project sites. If you'd like to learn more about the IgniteX companies, I have an awesome opportunity. The demo days for our program are actually occurring today and tomorrow, October 21st and October 22nd, from 1 to 2:30 Central Time. Again, that's 1 to 2:30 Central Time. On the first day, we're covering disinfection and environmental sensing solutions. And the second day, we're covering health screening and tracking applications. You can register for the program at the link provided here on the website. Also, in the appendix material for these slides, I do have a little bit more information on some of the companies. You may also go to their websites or directly reach out to me with my contact information provided at the end of this presentation. As I mentioned, we were overwhelmed with responses to the IgniteX Accelerator. We knew we were not going to be able to work with all the startups that had submitted promising solutions to our program. So we reached out to some other leaders in the engineering and construction field, including DPR, Haskell, McCarthy, Swinnerton, and Trubeck, and we decided to form the Next Coalition, whose mission is to find innovative solutions that can help safeguard construction, both for COVID-19 as well as other general health and safety issues within the construction field. So earlier this year, we issued a call for innovative new startup companies or other companies with emerging solutions. And we've now received almost 100 applications to work with us. Together, we're looking to advance these solutions both individually and jointly. We'd be happy if any of you wanted to either join our coalition or also to submit your own solutions to our program. Go to nextcoalition.co to find out more. Thank you very much for taking time to view our presentation. Please feel free to reach out to us for information on how to join the Next Coalition, how to work with any of our IgniteX companies, or how to talk about collaboration on COVID-19 solutions in general. Have a great day and stay safe.
Hello, my name is Larry Connor. I'm a Senior Application Specialist in Renewable Energy with Eaton Corporation. Today we'd like to talk about the electrical design considerations for 800-volt AC solar PV projects. In AC solar collection systems, string inverters continue to act as disruptive technology in the large-scale projects. Inverters have emerged with output voltages from 660 to 800 volts nominal and plus 10% maximum voltage ratings. Kilowatt ratings have grown to 250 kilowatts and will continue to grow higher in the future. Until now, there's been limited commercially available 800-volt collector systems. Multi-case circuit breakers have emerged with UL interrupting ratings up to 25 kA at 800 volt. But now new fuse switches have emerged with higher interrupting ratings of 65 kAIC, which support expanded PV system design solutions and applications of larger transformer ratings up to 5,000 kVA. This lowers the project cost because of the fewer transformers required for the project and the less supporting infrastructure. However, short circuit calculations are important to confirm the adequacy of the interrupting ratings of the overcurrent protective devices on the system as the transformer kVA ratings increase. Here is a photograph of a typical AC recombiner switchboard. This is a throat-connected solar transformer on the left-hand side with the throat connecting to the 800-volt recombiner switchboard on the right-hand side. The new 800-volt AC switchboards have the following summary ratings. The enclosures are rated NEMA 1 for indoor and NEMA 3R for outdoor applications. The voltage rating is 800/462 volts AC nominal for use on three-phase, four-wire grounded neutral systems. The switchboard can be throat or cable connected to pad-mount transformers with up to 4,000 amp main bus. The fuse switches are rated 200 amp and 600 amp frame and are capable of 65 kA interruption rating and tested at 880/509 volts AC, which is the plus 10% maximum voltage. They use Bussmann NH Solar Series fuses with continuous current ratings from 32 amps to 400 amps. The switchboards are certified by third-party QPS to UL 891, CSA 22.2, and the fuse standard UL 248-13. Here's a close-up photo of a 200 amp AC collection switch. This particular switch has optional visible disconnect viewing windows as shown, so that when the switch is opened or closed, you can see the position of the switch contacts. It is applied with three 200 amp NH1 Bussmann Solar NH series fuses. On the right is a typical nameplate to show you the other characteristics of the switch. The 800-volt AC collector switches use Eaton Bussmann NH Solar fuses. Here we have an availability chart of the available sizes of the NH series fuses from 32 amps up to 400 amps and the various continuous current ratings available. Bussmann also publishes a temperature derating curve for application in ambients higher than 30 degrees C. Eaton feels for overcurrent protective devices employed on PV systems in outdoor enclosures subject to solar gain, it's a very good idea to size those devices for 50 degrees C minimum service in switchboard applications. In this case, we're publishing a 6% rating factor at 50 degrees C, and we'll employ that in the next slide. This is a handy chart to assist the designer in sizing fuse switches for string inverters at 50 degrees C service in enclosures. The yellow highlighted row provides the data for a typical inverter. This one rated 255 kilowatts at 800 volts with a maximum output of 184 amps. With this inverter, we're pairing a 600 volt frame switch rated 80% in an enclosure and then 90% for 50 degrees C service in that enclosure, or a total capacity of 432 amps for the frame switch. We're pairing that switch with an NH2 fuse rated 250 amps, which is rated 80% in an enclosure, and 94% due to the 50 degrees C thermal factor we saw on the previous chart. So the total maximum rating of this fuse at 50 degrees C in an enclosure is 188 amps, which gives you about a little over 2% margin over the 184 amp maximum output of the inverter. Here's another handy chart for the system designer that shows the benefit of 65 kA interrupting ratings that support the use of larger transformers up to 5,000 kVA. The chart includes 800 volt AC system ratings for various size transformers from 1,000 kVA to 5,000 kVA. In the chart, we calculate the full load amps of the transformer and then calculate the short circuit current at nominal impedance, 5.75%, and then at the minimum impedance, which is 10% below that. As you can see, when we get to about 1,750 kVA, the short circuit current availability from a utility fault approaches 24 kA, which is very near the 25 kA capacity of the multi-case circuit breakers. So anything 1,750 kVA and above, you really need to do a short circuit study to evaluate the transformer impedance, the cable impedance, and the inverter contribution to the fault current to determine whether the system is adequately served by a 25 kA device. The advantages of the fuse switches with the 65 kA interrupting rating allows you to apply transformers up to 4,500 kVA, where the available system fault current is just over 62 kA, and that's where you need to start to do the short circuit study as you approach 5,000 kVA. But we already have systems that we've proposed where we've done the short circuit study that shows we can apply 5,000 kVA transformers with a 65 kA interrupting capability. That means that the project has fewer transformers and their associated infrastructure costs. Here is a single line diagram showing a very popular throat-connected transformer and switchboard combination. The kVA rating of the transformer is optimized at 4,080 kVA to suit the loading from the 16 inverters that are collected in the switchboard. The transformer has a load break switch with a viewing window and primary current fusing to protect the transformer tank and windings. It's close coupled to the switchboard that has 4,000 amp main bus and 16 collector switches with 250 amp fuses rated 65 kA, and then 2 small switches with 32 amp fuses to provide for auxiliary power and station service loads. Here is an alternate configuration showing a popular single line diagram with cable connection between the transformer and the multiple switchboards. In this application, we have a 5,000 kVA transformer with a primary switch with a viewing window and an integral relay system that will open the vacuum fault interrupter on a fault to open and clear the fault. The secondary of the transformer has low voltage air terminal chambers that connect to the low voltage collector switchboards. You could have 2 or more collector switchboards with the inverter collector switches set up in blocks. Here we have a 2,000 amp main bus with 8 collector switches plus your auxiliary power switches. And then on the bottom here, we have 12 collector switches with your auxiliary power switches integrated. So very popular configuration. Here we go up to 5,000 kVA with the transformer rating. In the previous throat-connected and cable-connected single-line diagrams shown, the transformer medium voltage load break switch on the primary side acts as the PV system disconnect. The manual load break switch has a viewing window where you can confirm the position of the switch contacts, and you can open and close the switch using a long hook stick from the outside of the transformer tank. The transformer close-coupled throat connection to AC collector switchboards is very popular in PV systems. That's because of the quick and simple installation with coordinated drawings that reduces the installation and labor material costs associated. We use bolted bus bar connections with braided flex connectors, which eliminate the high power cable connections and underground conduit infrastructure between the transformer secondary and the collection switchboards. Metal barriers isolate the transformer secondary bushings to reduce arc flash risk, and it requires minimal maintenance and access after the installation. We have a video link here we're sharing with you that you can click on to see a video of an actual installation of a transformer close coupled to the switchboard. Here we are showing typical information for layout and dimensions on a 800-volt collection switchboard. This is a 5-structure switchboard that's typical of the single line diagrams that you saw earlier in the presentation, where we have a transition section to the transformer and multiple collector structures, each with 4 600 amp fuse switches and 2 auxiliary switches for station service loads. As PV systems get larger and kVA sizes increase, it's very important to consider arc flash safety. The transformer secondary represents the very highest arc flash risk zone on the PV system. Transformer primary fuses protect the transformer primary windings and tank, but they do very little to react to arcing and secondary ground faults because these faults have to be reflected through the transformer. Trip times using standard fusing may take up to 1 second. The incident energy in the arc flash zone from the transformer secondary to the collector switchboard is often at dangerous levels where no PPE is available to keep workers safe. This applies to air terminal chambers with cable connections and the throat connections to AC collector switchboards. The advantage that the throat connection has is that it is almost permanently installed after installation and requires almost no access after the installation. In order to reduce arc flash incident energy on the secondary of the transformer, Eaton offers the arc reduction vacuum fault interrupter system. This includes a load break switch with external viewing window, an integral vacuum fault interrupter that's very quick to open and clear the fault, relay control, under oil CTs on the primary and secondary side, a backup UPS system for relay control, PTs to power the system, and a vacuum fault interrupter motor operator for optional manual reset. This system acts in concert to open very quickly on a secondary fault and reduce the arc flash energy. We have a video link for you to look at it in application. Here's a single line diagram of the arc flash reduction vacuum fault interrupter system. This diagram shows the CTs on the primary and the secondary side. The secondary CTs are very important as they're wired out to the multifunction relay that acts to trip on overcurrent on the secondary side to open the vacuum fault interrupter very quickly to open and clear the secondary fault. By detecting the fault current on the secondary side of the transformer and opening the vacuum fault interrupter very quickly in less than 5 cycles, you can significantly reduce the arc flash incident energy downstream on the low voltage side. This is much faster than just putting relay protection on the primary of the transformer only, which can open and clear in about 32 cycles, or using just the traditional bayonet fuse and partial range current limiting fuse protection on the transformer that takes up to 52 cycles to open and clear a secondary fault. The faster that you open and clear that secondary fault, the lower the incident energy levels are for arc flash. And that means that operators can use less extensive equipment for operation and maintenance on the system. This chart shows the benefits of the Eaton arc flash reduction vacuum fault interrupter system. Here we have the incident energy levels versus the transformer kVA ratings for various sizes transformers from 1,000 kVA up to 5,000 kVA. The AR VFI system significantly reduces the energy levels, incident energy levels of the arc fault. So it's down to a PPE level of 3. You can see for primary relaying only, which is the orange line here too, the incident energy levels get very high, even at low kVA transformer ratings. And if we're just using traditional bayonet fusing, you can see they're even higher very quickly. The AR VFI transformer onboard relay assembly is shown here. It's in its own separate cabinet, and the relays are shown in the internal parts of the cabinet here. We can use Eaton overcurrent relays, or we could use other manufacturer relays, including Schweitzer. We've come to the end of our presentation and our allotted time period, but we have so much more to cover. We'd like to talk to you a lot more about the thermal reliability that you can design into AC collector switchboards and what considerations you should have for solar gain on enclosures and application of overcurrent protective devices in solar applications. So if you email me, I'll send you a copy of my presentation, Thermal Management Considerations for AC Recombiner Switchboards. Email me at lawrencetconner@eaton.com for a copy of my presentation, Thermal Management Considerations for AC Recombiner Switchboards. In that presentation, we'll talk about what are your design performance for site conditions when they approach and exceed record temperatures. Do you design for proper thermal margin to maximize system reliability and prevent overcurrent protective device nuisance operation? Do you consider solar heat gain in enclosures? And we'll talk about the specifics of overcurrent protective devices in switchboards and what the higher temperatures mean for their operation and reliability. It's been a pleasure to talk to you today. I hope you email me, and I hope that you found this presentation useful. Eaton, powering business worldwide. These are useful application references from the Eaton website and for system data. Here are additional useful application references from Eaton and from applicable industry standards. This is the abstract submitted for this presentation.
Hi, my name is Ashley Riesberg, and I'm a project manager with DNVGL, and I am presenting on doing work in a COVID-19 world, how to leverage the new normal. This session will discuss the new or modified working methods that have been developed in response to the challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has created for developers, operators, consultants, and regulatory agencies in carrying out project development activities that previously were completed in person or in the field. The challenges and limitations associated with these new working methods, as well as the potential benefits, will be discussed. This presentation will focus on the following topics: environmental fieldwork, including data collection and remote sensing; stakeholder engagement, including best practices for interacting with landowners and conducting virtual open houses; regulatory processes, including agency consultation and permit hearings; and lastly, virtual site visits and inspections. The unanticipated travel restrictions, additional safety measures, and limited access to supplies associated with COVID-19 has disrupted the status quo and forced the solar industry to quickly adjust to the new normal and rethink the way that work was conducted in the past. Not only has decreased travel resulted in lower project development costs, it has also changed the way that the people we interact with on a daily basis conduct their work. In many cases, the mindset of stakeholders, including landowners, regulatory agencies, and other key decision makers, has shifted, and an openness to change has emerged. This creates potential opportunities to bring new ideas to the table. Remote and digital solutions, such as the use of UAVs, satellite imagery, remote inspections, remote measurements, and virtual site visits, are now widely accepted throughout the solar industry. Although not strictly related to COVID-19, in the last few years, there have been significant improvements made in the reliability and accessibility of publicly available datasets. Travel limitations have resulted in more intensive desktop assessments being completed in lieu of fieldwork, which has highlighted the need for better quality and more up-to-date data. At the local level, townships and counties are moving away from hard copy maps to digital mapping solutions, which can be used remotely to help with site selection decisions and more accurately identify fatal flaws such as floodplains or significant environmental constraints. In some cases, travel restrictions has meant less field resources, but more remote analysts who can now devote time to catching up with data collection trends and implementing digital solutions company-wide. Using a cell phone or smart pad in the field to collect data allows for real-time updates, enables data sharing, improves accuracy, and reduces the need for timely paperwork and data entry. Along the same lines of data collection trends, a shift towards using consolidated web maps that incorporate landowner parcels, relevant local, state, and federal datasets, identified heritage sites, setbacks, and the results of environmental field surveys is also occurring. Individual maps can then be produced from this consolidated map for the desired end use. For example, a land cover map for a permit application. The use of a web map or something similar enables streamlined data management and sharing throughout the project lifecycle without needing to recreate maps or continually search for the most up-to-date datasets. As designing project layouts is an iterative process that involves many different inputs, consolidating datasets can significantly improve efficiencies and thereby reduce the margin of error. Habitat mapping and evaluating wildlife presence are important considerations for solar projects, often due to regulations that require avoidance or implementation of mitigation. Avoidance of habitat during early stage site selection is typically informed by generalized mapping of habitats and wildlife activity over large spatial extents, while later stage siting of project infrastructure requires more detailed site-specific mapping of individual habitats and species presence. Regardless of the spatial extent or development stage, remotely sensed data from satellites or UAVs can be quite beneficial to a project. In the case of early stage site selection, remotely sensed data can reduce regulatory challenges and avoid sunk costs by providing a more accurate understanding of current conditions of potential sites before investing significant money into a project. For later stage infrastructure planning after a site has been selected, remotely sensed data can reduce or eliminate the need for expensive and time-consuming site surveys. Lastly, and not related to wildlife habitats, daily satellite imagery can provide a cost-effective solution to tracking construction progress. While many opportunities exist to obtain efficiencies in conducting environmental fieldwork and optimize data collection, there are a few things to keep in mind. First off, remote sensing is not a replacement for all field surveys, and it is critical to understand at an early stage what is feasible and practical for the project. For example, if it is a small project in terms of number of hectares, and your environmental consultant is local or willing to travel, it may be cheaper and more cost-effective to use traditional methods. Furthermore, there may be restrictions about the use of UAVs where a project is located, so this is something important to understand early on. Second, satellite data can be expensive to purchase and may not be necessary if there are reliable publicly available data sets. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, make sure that you have buy-in from the applicable regulatory agencies before assuming that your data collection methodologies will be acceptable. Stakeholder consultation has traditionally been an activity where in-person outreaches were often considered to be critical. Although siting trends are changing, agricultural land remains a dominant land use for solar projects. As a result, the rural communities are often characterized by older populations that may not have been as amenable in the past to video conferencing software in lieu of face-to-face conversations. However, just as we may have noticed in our own personal lives with our grandparents or older relatives embracing new technology during COVID as a means of communicating, this has also occurred with project landowners. This creates a great opportunity for project developers to create a personal connection with their project stakeholders and understand the issues that are key to them. It also potentially reduces land agent costs through less travel being required and proactively addressing concerns. Travel restrictions and limits on large gatherings in some locations has impacted the ability for developers to conduct stakeholder engagement sessions, community meetings, and open houses. As a result, many regulatory agencies and decision makers have been amenable to virtual public engagement sessions. A variety of approaches can be taken to these sessions depending on what is most suitable for the project and the known stakeholders. Outside of the cost savings associated with virtual open houses, one standout advantage is the flexibility to host more than one session in order to ensure a broad outreach, especially during seeding or harvest seasons. In fact, some developers are hosting informal open house sessions within a 2 to 3 day period to accommodate different schedules. One of the most effective approaches that we've seen implemented has been to have an interactive open house website for a project that allows stakeholders to read poster boards and infographics about the project at their own convenience and reach out to developers prior to the event to ask questions. Depending on the features of the website, this can take the form of a contact page or even a chatbot that allows stakeholders to be able to chat directly with experts. The advantage of this is that it allows developers to better understand the needs and concerns of their stakeholders prior to hosting the open house. The open house website will usually have a registration tab for stakeholders to sign up for the virtual open house event. Use of a project website that is compatible with tablets and phones, not just a desktop computer, is critical here, as stakeholders are increasingly turning to online resources for information on projects. There is a large variety of stakeholder engagement software that is suitable for virtual open house events. Some are off-the-shelf products, while others will be developed specifically for your project and needs by companies like DNVGL. Some tips for conducting a successful virtual open house include strong preparation. So set objectives with your team and send guidance in advance. If there will be presentations from internal and external experts, consider doing a practice run-through prior to the actual open house. Ask your project team to use their video, especially when talking. Explain how to use mute at the beginning of the open house. Find the right person to facilitate the meeting. And lastly, ensure that everyone has been given the chance to participate. Some people may not feel comfortable to speak via video, so give participants the opportunity to also ask questions on the chat box. Also consider using interactive tools like Mentimeter. With stakeholder engagement activities, the importance of knowing your audience and their willingness to embrace change cannot be overstated. For example, if you are dealing with a contentious landowner, a face-to-face conversation can be critical to minimizing any potential opposition. The amount of stakeholder engagement software out there can be overwhelming. The most expensive product isn't necessarily the most appropriate one for your project. We have seen success with a variety of approaches, including ones as simple as Zoom with a Q&A session. Be prepared for technical issues. There will likely be somebody with bandwidth issues and another person with sound issues. Having a strong facilitator to act as the open house host can be a game changer. All stakeholders should leave the virtual house feeling like they had an opportunity to participate. Lastly, if your stakeholders have different schedules that are difficult to accommodate, hosting less informal engagement sessions can be an effective solution. Similar to many of us, a large number of regulators are now working from home with different schedules. This is an opportunity for developers and consultants acting on behalf of developers to get to know regulators on a personal and more relatable level. We have noticed an increased availability and willingness from regulators to chat about project specifics, and video conferencing is becoming the norm. The pandemic has made some permit requirements impractical. These include things such as in-person agency meetings, hearings, which I'll discuss on the next slide, or environmental fieldwork. This is an opportunity to get buy-in on alternative approaches that may work just as well, like virtual open houses or drone surveys for post-construction vegetation monitoring. Other things to consider asking are whether or not it is still necessary to submit 10+ copies of a permit application or mapping via CD-ROM or USB. Just as landowners are becoming more technologically savvy, so are our regulators, and they may actually prefer to receive electronic copies. It never hurts to ask. Similar to open houses, travel restrictions and size limits on large gatherings have created logistical complications for permit hearings. However, as permit hearings are a critical component in the permitting process and the overall development timeline, it is essential that these hearings still take place and are put on the calendar in accordance with the local or state timing requirements for procedural hearings. As with the virtual open houses, make sure that you know your audience for the permit hearing when evaluating if in-person presence is needed. Get to know the key decision makers beforehand, such as the county board members, in order to understand key issues, and make sure that you have the appropriate experts in attendance, remotely or in person, to answer their questions. One option is to consider a hybrid approach, whereby a small number of local company personnel attend in person to show company presence and have the rest of the team, as well as any experts, participate remotely. The main recommendation for regulatory processes is to get to know your regulators and create collaboration opportunities. Agencies are stakeholders, and it is important to understand their needs. COVID-19 presents a great opportunity to get more face time with these individuals and create strong relationships that will ensure predictable regulatory timelines. Don't assume that you need to do everything that is listed as a permit requirement or because the precedent was set by another developer. Ask questions to drill down to what exactly is required so that you're not doing more than you have to. Permit hearings are a critical regulatory milestone. Come prepared and do not understate their importance, even if they are virtual. Just as with stakeholder engagement activities, don't assume that in-person meetings are off the table. They may be warranted for trickier meetings such as road use agreement discussions with highway commissioners or a solar ordinance hearing in a county with strong local opposition. When the pandemic started and the industry was forced to react, the concept of virtual site visits was largely embraced by the industry as a viable alternative for in-person inspections. In fact, virtual site visits are proving to be a way of the future, and undertakings such as technical due diligence site visits, construction monitoring, and live Q&A sessions are now being conducted virtually using technology like time-lapse cameras, real-time satellite imagery, and cell phone video communication. While virtual site visits do have their limitations, and depending on the scenario, cannot act as a full replacement for an in-person inspection, it does allow for a means to fulfill certain goals and verify milestones. Virtual site visits are now being completed quite regularly by doing comprehensive preparation work and using risk-managed documentation, including taking photos and completing a detailed questionnaire that includes a list of questions on key construction activities and components, such as when was the substation first energized and are all circuits installed or tested. After completing the questionnaire, as well as all of the required preparation work, a call is scheduled with the site team and office management to review the questionnaire, discuss the virtual site visit plan, and check video quality with site staff. This pre-visit site call typically takes 1 to 2 hours and is usually completed the day prior to the virtual site visit. Detailed date and timestamp photos that are taken pre-visit help target video inspection during the virtual site visit. The virtual site visit itself typically takes 3 to 4 hours, depending on the size of the project and the construction that has occurred or is occurring on the site. This virtual site visit involves observing the key construction activities and taking videos and photos of the site, including piles, racking, modules, wiring management, and inverters. Sometimes drone photos are also used to verify the percentage of completion of major components such as modules and mounting systems. During the pandemic, the number of remote inspections increased for obvious reasons, but due to the success in implementing them and the large number of benefits, they are not expected to go anywhere after COVID-19 is over. Key advantages include virtual site visits provide an effective solution that makes sure deals move forward and obligations are met. There is also a huge cost savings associated with flights, hotels, and car rentals, which then is associated with a much lower carbon footprint. Virtual site visits also provide versatility and flexibility that is not dependent on tight travel schedules. Virtual site visits are not time intensive, and there is more availability since there are more resources in the office that can do the remote inspections. Lastly, there is less health and safety risk that is not only related to COVID-19. Traveling and site visits have an element of risk associated with them that is completely removed by conducting these inspections virtually. As with many things we have discussed in the presentation, preparation is key. Doing the proper homework and due diligence beforehand will ensure that the virtual site visit is completed as smoothly as possible. Time management is crucial as there are hundreds of field checks that are possible. The field checks that are the most important should be prioritized in advance. Reliability of cell signal is, of course, critical, especially for video feeds. The quality of data connection is a key risk to be cognizant of for virtual site visits. The success of a virtual site visit is highly dependent on the construction manager who is conducting the video walkthroughs. Ensure that there is strong trust in place with this individual, and if you have doubts, don't hesitate to raise this issue. As these visits are virtual and do not replace an in-person visit, it is important to be as detailed as possible because you don't want to miss anything important. Lastly, virtual site visits have their limitations and they are not appropriate for every situation. As demonstrated throughout this presentation, there are many opportunities that currently exist within the industry that are associated with COVID-19. These include opportunities to leverage cost and resource efficiencies in environmental fieldwork and permitting processes, opportunities to improve relationships with stakeholders, including landowners and regulatory agencies, and opportunities to reduce our carbon footprint and decrease development costs through traveling only when it is necessary. Key recommendations include being open to alternative ways of doing things like virtual site visits, recognizing that the effectiveness of these potential solutions are project-specific and there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Taking actions to understand your stakeholder needs and interests. Not being afraid to challenge the status quo and suggest new ways of doing things. And lastly, understanding the risks and limitations associated with new working methods. Even after the pandemic is over, it is anticipated that many of these new working methods will continue to be used as the industry adopts to the new normal and technological issues are resolved and further progress in digitalization is made. Thank you very much for listening to this presentation. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'd love to hear from you.
Hello and welcome to the 2020 The Cleany Awards ceremony. My name is Randy and I am the Executive Director of the program. Before we jump into things, I want to take a moment to thank our incredible team. We work with a highly prominent panel of judges and a distinguished advisory board. We are incredibly thankful for this year's sponsors. I also want to take a moment to thank our incredible extended team, you, for all of your hard work this year. Times are challenging and we hope that you are staying healthy and well. While COVID-19 is unfortunately keeping us from celebrating in person, it will not prevent us from fully celebrating. Before we go into recognizing this year's winners, we are excited to once again hold a panel of clean tech thought leaders. With that, I will turn it over to our moderator, Daryl Proctor.
Thank you, Randy. I'm excited to be here with everyone today. I'm Daryl Proctor, Associate Editor at Power Magazine. I'm honored to again participate in the Cleany Awards, the #1 awards program in clean tech. Clean technology is becoming even more of a driving force in the energy sector as large corporations, small businesses, and individual investors embrace the promise of environmentally sound, sustainable, and green products and services. Investment in clean tech is growing, and we've been here before, but this time it feels as if the move toward cleaner energy has staying power. Recall that from 2005 to 2007, clean tech venture capital deal volumes doubled and investment dollars increased fourfold. Then came the Great Recession, and venture capitalists cut their clean tech spending by half from 2009 to 2013. Now we're in the age of COVID, and clean tech is seen as a driving force in the US and global economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. There are headwinds, to be sure, both political and regulatory, but today customers and shareholders are demanding that companies be environmentally responsible, and investors are following suit. Energy efficiency has proven its benefits both as a sustainable business practice and as a way to achieve cost savings in any business model. Our panel today will discuss the state of clean tech and how it is leading investment in the energy space. Before we begin our discussion, I'd like to ask our panelists to quickly introduce themselves, starting with Ron DeFelice.
Thank you, Daryl. I'm Ron DeFelice. I'm a co-founder and managing partner at a firm called Energy Intelligence Partners in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, where for the past 7 years, we have advised on all topics at the grid edge. And we've been a resource for policymakers, developers, investors, utilities, and Fortune 500 companies. And I personally have about 20 years experience with all types of energy storage. And currently we are also co-developing energy storage projects with renewable energy developers. So solar and wind developers that want energy storage integrated into their projects. And our current pipeline is over 1 gigawatt hour of those projects. And so from that vantage point, we have a great perspective and viewpoint of the electrification that's happening across the country. And so happy to be a part of this panel and look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Ron. And now we're going to hear from Ayanna Nibbs.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ayanna. I'm a marketing and communications specialist working within the renewable energy industry. I've been working in renewables for the past 10 years. I work with ConResna Capital, which is a dedicated renewable energy investment bank that provides a full suite of investment banking services to the sustainability sector. That includes M&A, project finance, capital raising, and special situations. Since 2008, we've executed over 180 renewable energy transactions for our clients worth an aggregate of $25 billion. I'm very happy to be here with you guys today, and I thank you for having me.
Thanks, Ayanna. And now we'll hear the introduction from Chris Vahopoulos.
Thank you, and happy to be here as well. I'm Chris Vahopoulos. I've been a management consultant to the energy and utility industry for nearly 30 years. My firm, Scott Madden, is a leading general management consulting firm in this sector since 1983. Until recently, I led our clean tech and sustainability practice, helping our clients incorporate cleaner solutions, including everything from biofuels, solar, wind, electric vehicles, energy efficiency, and yes, even nuclear. In that role, I served on boards, advisory boards of the Southeastern Wind Coalition, Duke University's Center for energy development in the global environment, as well as UNC Kenan-Flagler's Energy Center as well. I'm happy to have the opportunity to judge the Cleany Awards and to be a part of this panel.
Thank you, Chris. What we're going to do here today is go through some questions with each of our panelists. They're going to talk about the state of clean tech. And we're going to start with a question for Ayanna. We hear a lot about ESG these days, environmental, social, and governance, when it comes to investing in energy. How is your group advising clients who want to be investing in cleaner energy, and is ESG a strategy you're discussing?
Yes, ESG is absolutely a strategy that we're discussing. It's important to us. It's important to our clients. As a renewable energy investment bank, we've long been focused on strong ESG, and the E especially is what led to the formation of our company initially. And when clients come to us, they do so with the knowledge that there's an indelible link between strong ESG and company performance. Companies with strong ESG are more stable, they have less structural risk, and they're more resilient in the face of volatility, which is what we're seeing right now with COVID. We've seen tremendous inflows into sustainability focused funds. I think the dollar figure for this year is $45 billion, which is a new record, up from the $30 billion record set in 2019. For the renewable energy industry specifically, we see concerns around ESG really driving investment into renewables and the deployment of renewables across the board. Pension funds are divesting their fossil fuel holdings. We see a lot of large corporates, strategic and tech giants increasing their investments into renewable energy. And again, a lot of this is because of focus on strong ESG. And as someone who's been in the industry for 10 plus years, I see the link between strong ESG and just the growth of the industry to where it is today, frankly. Individuals who were initially concerned about the lack of strong ESG coalesced, and through activism were able to enact some of these regulatory incentives that really led to the growth of the industry as we know it today. So ESG has always been critical to the growth of renewables.
Thanks for that, Ayanna. Ron, I'll come to you. Where's the greatest opportunity in terms of value proposition or application for energy storage to reduce carbon emissions and address climate change?
Yeah, so I'm a stationary energy storage guy, but I would say the greatest opportunity right now is with electric vehicles. So if you look at what's happened in the US recently, in about 2016, we transitioned from having the power sector being the highest emitting sector to having the transportation sector being the highest emissions sector. And so along with that, we need to deploy more and more electric vehicles. The penetration rate right now is pretty low. Globally, it's about 2.7% of all new car sales are electric vehicles. That's estimated to increase to 10% by 2025, but it's just not happening fast enough here in the US. So anything we can do to incentivize the transition to EVs, I think, would be where we could have the biggest bang for our buck in terms of energy storage deployment. And I'll finally add, you know, the stationary storage market does benefit from an increase in EV penetration because you know, the same batteries used in electric vehicles are the batteries we use for large-scale utility deployment. And so the innovation and the price declines that market sees trickle to us. And so we'll see more energy storage deployment as a result on the grid.
Thanks, Ron. Chris, this one's for you. You're a longtime consultant on energy issues and for business. How is the industry responding as customer interest grows in clean energy?
Overall, I'd say the response is growing increasingly positive. Decentralized approaches have received a lot of the attention in the recent past, but where we're seeing the biggest change, a growing number of utilities are committing to establish 100% clean energy goals. We're finally seeing this commitment to greening the grid through carbon neutral sources, wind, solar, batteries, nuclear. And many of these goals have committed the utilities to being net carbon neutral by 2050. How will they do that? If you want to get some insight, you can look to the integrated resource plans that at least outline the next 15 years of the technologies that they're trying to use. And what this shows is that these IRPs are a real positive step in creating a planful approach for how to integrate renewables and other clean energy sources rather than just meeting year-to-year targets. So if we've had a chance to take a look at some of these IRPs, and there's some themes that emerge. Renewables and batteries storage build out is a big part of most of these IRPs. And again, because it's a long range plan, you can slot them in out years where the expectations are for increasing cost effectiveness of those. The other is these build out costs may be at a bit of a premium to natural gas, but they remain below inflation, which remains a reasonable approach to do this. In many of them, natural gas does remain part of the plans. Most have consistent to slight additions of natural gas, but for reliability purposes and balancing. If you're interested, we have a energy industry update that we're putting out that has a little more detail on the review of these IRPs that you can find on our website.
Thank you, Chris. And you mentioned natural gas, and Ayanna, I'll send this one in your direction. Some banks already have announced they're ending investments in fossil fuels, certainly coal and also natural gas. How important are these announcements when it comes to attracting energy investors? Are we seeing investors move their money to these financial institutions, or is it more of a feel-good stance?
No, it's definitely not about a feel-good stance. It's about fundamental economics. And the reality is that the economics for fossil fuels are simply not as strong as they once were. We continue to see contraction of demand for fossil fuels across the board, especially as a result of the COVID crisis. Oil majors especially have lost tremendous market value as a result of COVID, and there's no certainty when the pandemic will end. So there's really no clear outlook on if or how we can expect the fossil fuel industry to rebound. Indeed, before COVID, fossil fuel companies faced tremendous and ever-evolving regulatory hurdles. They were already under investor pressure to diversify as part of the shift to the low-carbon economy. And I think that investors simply don't have faith in the long-term profitability of fossil fuels. When you look at what already happened in the past, and you compare it to what's happening in the future, we're seeing coal plants being phased out in a variety of countries. Canada, here in the US, coal-fired power generation has declined over the past several years. The fact is, a lot of countries are adopting carbon neutral targets. China, carbon neutral by 2060, Germany and France, carbon neutral by 2050. And so when you kind of compare these two pieces of the puzzles together, you realize that it points to the continued decline of fossil fuels and the likely continued growth of the renewable energy industry.
Thanks, Ayanna. Ron, this one's for you. Solutions at the grid edge enable energy assets to optimize their efficiency and empower customers to intelligently integrate renewables and take control of their energy supply. These grid edge technologies also support infrastructure for the expansion of e-mobility. What technologies do you see as game changers for the future of power generation and utilization?
So I think that energy storage has been a game changer. We finally have cheaper energy storage that performs better than ever. So the challenge now is, how do we match demand with supply of renewables without deploying, terawatts of energy storage in the next 5-10 years? And so my answer to this question is, on the software side, we need to do a better job of developing and deploying software at the distribution level to start with that matches consumer demand with when we have renewable energy available. So, and the consumer just wants to do this seamlessly in the background. Nobody wants to think about when to use energy and when not to. And so we really need to think about how to deploy better software to basically do that in the background. When the wind's blowing and the sun's out, demand should be up, and we should use that energy rather than trying to store it in a battery. That's the most efficient way to do it. And we're just not there yet. And so any efforts that we can put into better matching supply with demand, I think will go a long way to increasing the penetration of renewables.
Thanks, Ron. And Chris, I'll come to you. You help companies and utilities develop business plans. How do you advise utilities on planning as they contemplate a rapid transition to higher penetration of renewable energy?
That really starts with settling on a vision of the future. The trend toward clean energy is undeniable. Anyone that's betting against that or planning for something different than that, I think, does so at their own peril. The power sector will need to plan to transition to that new mix. It's going to be a much different mix. And actually, as Ron just mentioned, it's going to be a different way to operate the system as well, a different way of balancing supply and load. That means these plans, we will have to be willing to operate the system differently. And different doesn't mean worse, it just means different. I think the other undeniable trend is we're going to continue to see more electrification, not just transportation, but other parts of the economy. This is going to require more clean energy. And the recent pandemic has highlighted the critical importance of electric availability for the people who are working at home. I think the ESG issue that Ayanna mentioned, it's going to be a big consideration moving forward. And I think even in the cleaning awards recognize this with their keeping the lights on category. And as I mentioned, the IRPs show us a 15-year period, but 2050, a lot of these goals is still a lot of uncertainty over the long planning period. A lot of these technologies are not currently available, the long-term storage, carbon capture and storage, small modular reactors. So with that sort of uncertainty over that time horizon, we're advising our clients to make small bets and continue to incorporate these renewables in context of those longer range plans.
Thanks, Chris. And we're going to have one more round of questions for our panelists. I'll start with Ayanna. I've talked to analysts who say investors are concerned they will not achieve the returns from clean energy that they previously gained from their investments in fossil fuels. What would you say to those investors who might be reluctant to support clean energy?
I'll actually echo Chris's phrase, which is that anyone who bets against renewable energy does so at their own peril. The renewable energy industry is here to stay. Renewable energy is the future, and there's no doubt about that. We've seen investments in renewables in the US rise from $47 billion in 2015 to $59 billion in 2019. We see increased and sustained adoption of renewables in homes, businesses, and in the grid. And again, we've all spoken about the various carbon reduction targets, both from corporations as well as countries. And all of that points to the sustained growth of the renewable energy industry. Chris is correct in pointing out that there's a huge gap between where we want to be, between where some of these pledges are and where we are from a technological standpoint, to be able to meet those very aggressive goals. But I think that's actually a good thing from an investor perspective. We're seeing there's always been a link between tech innovation and the power generation sector. And we're seeing a lot of very exciting tech innovation in renewables, storage, which Ron has spoken about before, carbon sequestration, hydrogen, green hydrogen, et cetera. And I think investors are incentivized to help us achieve the necessary scale and deployment for some of these burgeoning technologies. So our outlook for renewables is very bright, and especially from the investor perspective.
Thanks, Ayanna. And Ron, going back to energy storage, it's increasingly being paired with solar and wind, and standalone storage projects are growing ever larger. Is there any reason not to include storage in a renewable energy project, or for a utility to include storage as part of an integrated resource plan?
This may shock you from an energy storage developer, but no, there's no reason not to include energy storage in your renewable energy project going forward. And the reason is pretty basic. So renewable energy is getting cheaper and cheaper. So it's $20 a megawatt hour territory these days. The trick is going to be getting it when you want it. So capacity, we think the value of capacity is going to continue to increase as we get more variable intermittent resources on the grid. And so how do you get that capacity with a renewable that's intermittent? You must have some storage component to it. And so I think 2 4-hour storage should be with every project that gets deployed going forward. And largely we're seeing this play out. If you look at the queues of the RTOs and the ISOs from 2019, you'll see over 25% of the solar projects in the queues have some kind of energy storage component tied to them. And it was over 5% of the wind projects. And so I imagine that the queues that we'll see at the end of 2020 will have an even higher percentage of storage attached to them. And indeed, I think we'll all go to the way of California, which has over 50% of its queued projects with some kind of energy storage attached because they have such aggressive zero carbon mandates. But yeah, the short answer is storage has gotten so economic that it really doesn't make sense to proceed with projects without some kind of energy storage component, or at least evaluating your project. And I think that's just a trend that we're going to see. You're going to see fewer and fewer just standalone solar and standalone wind projects going forward.
Thanks, Ron. And one last question for our panel today. This one's for Chris. You've worked in the nuclear power sector. There's plenty of debate about the role nuclear power should play in combating climate change. What are your thoughts about whether nuclear power should be part of a clean energy future?
Thanks, Daryl. This question is very important to me with my history of working with both nuclear and renewables. I think first you have to start with the belief that climate change is the existential environmental threat of our time, and that CO2 is the cause. And second, you have to believe that near-term reductions are critical. Any delay in CO2 reductions may make a perfect solution too late to matter. Keeping existing operating nuclear is a no-brainer. New nuclear, including small modular reactors, should be part of the conversation if you want zero carbon sources to increase and increase quickly. In 2018, nuclear power provided over 50% of the carbon-free electricity in the United States. That was double what solar and wind provides. But we're in danger of losing that carbon-free energy because of lack of support for nuclear. And if you look at announced closures or closures of nuclear, we're in danger of giving back half of all the progress we've made by implementing renewables in the entire history of the renewable era. And that may be because people want to paint this as renewables versus nuclear. And I don't think that way. I think, in fact, we have so much fossil generation to displace. We need solar, wind, nuclear, all of it stepping up. Of all the kilowatt hours in 2018, roughly 2/3 were generated through carbon emitting sources. And until we've displaced all of that, replacing nuclear with renewables or standing in place is just no progress. And that concerns me. We mentioned Germany. Despite their big push for renewables, they're at the same time shutting down nuclear. And they may be committing to eliminate all their coal, but this is delaying their ability to remove the coal. And I read the article, the Power Magazine article, Daryl, I think it was yours. They brought on a new 1,100 megawatt coal plant in May of this year. That's just not what we need. So some will say nuclear can't compete. And that may be true, but the question is, what can't it compete with? And that tends to be natural gas. It's not that, again, we're fighting with renewables. It's not renewables versus nuclear. I go back to my first point. If this is the existential crisis, can we afford to wait? I don't think so. I think we need it all now, and nuclear should be part of that conversation.
Thanks for that, Chris. And I want to thank everyone on our panel today for their insight into clean technology and its importance for today's energy industry. This has been a great conversation. I'd like to encourage our audience to continue to support those businesses that have embraced sustainability and clean tech, and I look forward to the upcoming announcement of the winners of this year's Cleanie Awards. With that, I'll turn it back to Randy.
Thank you, Daryl, and thank you, panelists, Ron, Ayana, and Chris. Great conversation. With that, we're going to take a quick break and then go into announcing this year's winners. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for joining the 2020 The Cleanie Awards award ceremony. My name is Randy Gilmore, and I am the Executive Director of the program. I want to once again thank the participants of this year's Thought Leadership panel, our moderator, Daryl, and our panelists, Ron, Ayana, and Chris. What an engaging and informative discussion. Thank you all so much. Before we announce this year's winners, I want to give a quick overview of the Cleanie Awards. Several years ago, our founder noticed a huge gap in industry recognition of people and brands making a positive impact in clean technology. That's why in 2018, we started the Cleanie Awards. And today, we are the only clean tech awards program focused exclusively on honoring innovators and disruptors who are creating market and planet-moving solutions. Now in our third year, we are seeing significant growth. In fact, we had double-digit increases in the number of submissions from last year. We had a 200% increase in the number of sponsors from last year. We welcomed new and incredible individuals to our judging panel and advisory board, and all of this during a global pandemic. Times are challenging, and we are incredibly thankful for you and the entire clean tech community. Your ongoing support helps make this program the success that it is. Now, some more thank yous. I want to thank our advisory board. These individuals provide advice and support to our executive staff, and we'd truly be lost without them. I am personally extremely thankful for them for helping our team navigate how to run an engaging awards program during a global pandemic. Clearly, their advice and guidance is invaluable given this year's incredible success. I also want to thank this year's sponsors: Solar Power Events, a partner in North America Smart Energy Week; Solar Energy Industries Association; the American Solar Energy Society; the Energy Storage Association; Solar Electric Power Alliance; Women of Renewable Industries and Sustainable Energy; American Wind Energy Association; American Solar Grazing Association, and the Energy News Network. If you are interested in future sponsorship opportunities, please reach out to us at the email address on the screen, randy@thecleanieawards.com, or visit our website to sign up for our newsletter. I also want to thank our incredible 100% volunteer-paced judging panel. Our judges are respected industry executives, marketers, advocates, entrepreneurs, and educators. Now a little bit about the judging process. There are two phases. First, our judges carefully review and score every application. Then our judges meet as a group to discuss, review, and agree on the winner in each category. Judges are exempt from reviewing potential conflicts of interest. For example, a judge cannot review and score an application from his or her respective organization. With competition fiercer than ever, this year's judges certainly had their work cut out for them. This year, we are recognizing one first-place winner in the company-based awards. These are Company of the Year, Community Give Back, and Keep the Power On. Given the incredible number of submissions and competition in the individual-based categories, we're recognizing one first-place winner and one honorable mention winner. These are Woman of the Year and Rising Star Under 40. Now, the fun part. Let's announce the organizations and individuals who are making significant strides toward a cleaner and more secure energy future. Up first, Enterprise Company of the Year. The Company of the Year category recognizes organizations who are creating breakthrough innovation and growth. This year, we received submissions in two Company of the Year subcategories: Enterprise of the Year, which is for companies with 1,000 or more employees, and Midsize Company of the Year, which is for companies with up to 1,000 employees. The eligibility period for both is from January 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2019. This year's Enterprise Company of the Year winner's mission is to connect society and companies to clean, affordable, innovative, and resilient energy in the infrastructure that supports it. Here are a few highlights from the nomination form. This company installed more than 3 gigawatts of renewables capacity in 2019. That's approximately 4 times more than in 2018. In the United States, they commissioned more than 500 megawatts of wind facilities. The company recently announced a partnership to sell a 49% equity interest in 2.3 gigawatts of wind and solar renewables in the US. Further, they partnered with Greentown Labs, the largest climate tech and clean tech startup incubator in North America. Additionally, they've done the following: completed more than 1,000 public sector and commercial and industrial energy management projects, identified savings of more than $2.1 billion for its commercial and industrial clients over the last 3 years, helped utility customers deliver $15.4 billion in consumer savings, the equivalent of 129 terawatt hours of energy consumption over the last 12 years. They've managed more than 25 million square feet of buildings, provided services in 8 airports in North America, and deployed battery storage projects that helped customers at 150 US sites reduce their electric bills by as much as 30%, as well as bolster the stability of the electric grid. The company also stands apart through its proud adherence to its social responsibility guidelines, which include becoming an integral part of the communities it serves. In the community, the company engages in corporate giving, an employee charitable matching gift program, and volunteerism. They also invest in a diverse roster of organizations with a special focus on children's health and education, environmental awareness and sustainability, and energy assistance. They provided scholarship money to educators and underwritten home heating for thousands of customers in need. They've also installed energy efficient lighting and window fittings at social service facilities. The company operates in the most environmentally sound manner possible and helps customers to meet goals to reduce power consumption and energy cost. This year's Enterprise Company of the Year winner is a committed leader in the renewables field, helping the world reach carbon neutrality, and has created a strong foundation to build upon. Its expertise and reputation in the industry allow for continued growth and expansion as the world moves to more sustainable and renewable energy sources. Congratulations to this year's Enterprise Company of the Year winner, ENGIE North America. This year's Midsize Company of the Year winner's mission is to be the world's leading energy solutions company delivering the most intelligent, reliable, and productive solar power for future generations. Here are a few highlights from the nomination form. The company started during an era of massive change in the solar industry. As an engineering-driven, innovation-obsessed firm with an idea for a radically elegant tracker product, the company focused on designing and manufacturing a durable, high-performance system from the ground up, one that could be scaled rapidly and help solar reach and exceed parity with conventional energy generation. From 2014 to 2015, annual global tracker shipments were less than a few gigawatts and represented a small percentage of ground mount hardware sales. The company's founders weren't just looking to reinvent trackers, but to transform an entire market sector. What the team has been able to accomplish in a few short years is no small feat. They've deployed gigawatts of the company's flagship tracker, attaining industry-leading global market share and helping propel trackers from an expensive, not-so-smart hardware option to the bankable large-scale ground mount racking solution in most regions around the world. The company has helped drive exponential growth in the tractor sector over the past 6 years, which has gone from 1.3 gigawatts of total tracker shipments in 2013 to 35.16 gigawatts in 2019, according to the latest Wood Mackenzie and IHS market reports. Market analysts show the Midsize Company of the Year with 32% of global market share as of July 2020. From 2018 to 2019, they oversaw 10 gigawatts of shipments, the most of any solar tracker company on the market. Additionally, in 2019, the company also signed the largest solar tracker supply deal in history, a 3.4 gigawatt deal. The contract was executed in the second half of 2019, and the company completed shipment of the entire portfolio by March of 2020. Within this time frame, the company also successfully launched 2 new products. In addition to product launches and company growth, this company is focused on scaling its culture. The company has moved from being an early stage startup to an established industry leader, attracting and retaining the most innovative minds in the solar industry. Congratulations to this year's Midsize Company of the Year winner, Nextracker. In light of COVID-19, we introduced 2 new awards categories this year: Keep the Power On and Community Give Back. I'll speak to Community Give Back in a few moments. Keep the Power On recognizes utilities going above and beyond to keep the power on during COVID-19. All utilities were encouraged to participate. The eligibility period was from January 1st, 2020 through present day. Now let's talk about this year's Keep the Power On winner, who provides natural gas and/or electricity to 6.7 million of Michigan's 10 million residents in all 68 Lower Peninsula counties. The following is from their nomination form. COVID-19 hit Michigan hard, forcing the majority of customers to stay home. This company immediately sought out ways to ease the strain on its customers, especially financially, and evaluated different programs that would help its customers use less energy and save money while also caring for the planet. To do this, the company focused on programs that would help meet the goals of their nation-leading Clean Energy Plan, which aims to eliminate coal by relying on demand response, energy efficiency, and renewables. One such program is the Smart Thermostat Demand Response Program. To promote it, the company decided to launch an ambitious campaign to put 100,000 Google Nest Thermostat E's into the homes of customers who enrolled. From idea to launch, the company worked with its partners to get the program up and running in 6 weeks, an aggressive timeline to kickstart a large-scale program requiring regulatory approval. The program launched on May 19th, enabling customers to save up to 15% off their summer electricity bills at a time of year when customers traditionally are cranking their air conditioners. All residential customers were eligible for energy savings. If dealing with the pandemic wasn't enough of a challenge, Michigan was also subjected to historic flooding in May, causing employees working on the program launch to evacuate. Additional storms caused large-scale outages, and the company prudently paused program marketing during this time. To date, the program has successfully provided smart thermostats close to 50% of its ambitious goal, helping to drive substantial energy efficiency and bill savings. More than 10,000 of these smart thermostats, or 91.6% of eligible devices, were pre-enrolled into the company's Smart Thermostat program, which will help create important demand flexibility. Natural gas customers who received a free Google Nest Thermostat E will provide a strong foundation for a winter demand response program, creating additional energy capacity in the near term. During this summer, the company called 4 demand response events and has shifted an average of 13.7 megawatts per event. Congratulations to this year's Keep the Power On winner, Consumers Energy. Now, let's talk about the Community Give Back category, which recognizes corporations going above and beyond to support their communities in light of COVID-19. All corporations of every size were encouraged to participate. The eligibility period was from January 1st, 2020 through present day. This year's Community Give Back winner is guided by a goal to leave communities better than when they arrived, and they are doing just that with Navajo Nation and American Indian Territory. The following is from their nomination form. The company was the energy performance contractor on Kayenta 2, the second phase of a 55 megawatt facility, which is expected to generate enough electricity to power 36,000 homes. Located just miles from the Monument Valley in Arizona, the Kayenta solar plant is a landmark in itself. The first tribally developed, owned, and operated solar facility in the United States, the energy and revenue generated by the Kayenta plant will directly benefit the Navajo people and drive the continued electrification of this vast and remote region. The Navajo Nation stretches over 27,000 square miles from northeastern Arizona into Utah and New Mexico, where over 15,000 Navajo families live in remote areas without access to electricity. Inspired by the work on Kayenta, the company made a long-term commitment to serve the people living in this region. As one of the top 3 hotspots for per capita COVID-19 cases in the country, the Navajo Nation is faced with many challenges during this pandemic. An estimated 30% of residents do not have access to clean water, and an estimated 60,000 residents do not have access to power. School closures have pushed 46,000 children learning from the classroom to the home, where school supplies are scarce. Together with several key partners, this company launched the Power Up Empowered Education Initiative to provide free resources to support critical needs in water, energy, and learning resources for Navajo Nation families. Through the first 3 phases of this program, they have distributed more than 4,300 education resource packs to students in 23 Navajo and Hopi schools. The kits include age-appropriate STEM learning activities, markers, pencils, notebooks, folders, and other school supplies, books, PPE masks and hand sanitizer, a Goal Zero crush light, and more. The Power Up initiative is one of the only education-focused community service efforts underway in the Navajo Nation during the COVID-19 pandemic. Beyond the distribution of these learning from home kits, there is a significant effort underway to donate technology tools in the form of one-on-one devices, Wi-Fi hotspots, and Goal Zero home solar batteries that can power a small home for several days. Congratulations to this year's Community Give Back winner, Swinnerton Renewable Energy. Now, let's move into our individual base categories, Woman of the Year and Rising Star Under 40. Given the number and quality of submissions, we are recognizing 1 first place winner and 1 honorable mention winner in each of these categories. First up, Woman of the Year. The Woman of the Year recognizes women who are showing exceptional leadership, innovation, and mentorship in the clean tech industry. All organizations and individuals were encouraged to participate. The eligibility period was from January 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2019. Let's talk about this year's first place winner, who is a managing director at the first U.S. public company solely dedicated to investments in climate change solutions. The following language is from the nomination form. As a member of the management team, this year's Woman of the Year first place winner leads business development in renewables to drive investment growth, fulfilling the company's thesis that investing on the right side of climate change will produce better risk-adjusted returns. She helps identify renewable energy investment trends, the impact of public policy, and financing models to address climate change from an investor perspective. During her tenure, her company has made investments in a portfolio of renewable energy managed assets located across 48 states that includes almost 2.9 gigawatts of wind, land interest under 3.6 gigawatts of utility scale solar, and approximately 1.4 gigawatts of distributed solar. Additionally, she was instrumental in helping the firm secure a $540 million investment in a newly formed partnership that will own a 2.3 gigawatt portfolio of wind and utility scale solar assets. Earlier this year, this individual was named to the following list. A Word About Wind's North American Power List Top 100 People in North American Wind for the 3rd time. The report celebrates professionals who are leading the wind industry as it deals with the challenges and opportunities entering the next decade. Further, she is a great role model for many women in the industry and leads her company's engagement efforts with women of renewable industries and sustainable energy and the Hawthorne Club. 5 words to describe this woman: driven, energetic, creative, insightful, and encouraging. Congratulations to this year's Woman of the Year first place winner, Susan Nickey of Hannon Armstrong. Now, let's talk about this year's honorable mention winner, who is dual qualified as a lawyer in the US and England and a licensed engineer. From the nomination form. This year's Woman of the Year honorable mention winner serves as a lead lawyer in complex acquisitions, dispositions, financing, and project development transactions involving energy and infrastructure facilities in the United States and around the world. She is a co-leader of her firm's energy and infrastructure projects team and also leads the renewables energy practice. Further, she's on the board of directors for the American Council on Renewable Energy, ACORE, where she's a leading voice in shaping energy policy for the renewable energy industry at the federal and state levels. On what sets her apart from other leaders in clean tech. The renewable industry at large has work to do in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This remains the case in the renewable energy financial sectors, where this individual is one of the few women in the world to lead an energy practice at a major law firm. She is not one to shy away from responsibility and she takes every opportunity available to mentor and support women looking to pursue renewable energy finance as a career through a wide range of activities. She takes the time to respond, connect, and support women who reach out for advice either through LinkedIn or in an industry event. 5 words to describe her: fearless, deal maker, innovative, bullish, and saber wielding. Congratulations to this year's Woman of the Year Honorable Mention winner, Mona Dejani of Pillsbury Law. The Rising Star category recognizes young professionals who have shown exceptional leadership and desire to grow their careers in the clean tech industry. All organizations and individuals were encouraged to participate. The eligibility period was from January 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019. Let's talk about this year's first place winner, the CEO of a risk management and information services company operating at the intersection of financial technology, clean energy, and big data. From the nomination form. The Rising Star first place winner co-founded his company in 2012 to commercialize research he conducted at Dartmouth Tech School of Business, and today the company's products are redefining the way clean energy buyers and sellers think about and manage risk. His company announced in 2019 that it had supported more than 5,000 megawatts of renewable energy deals. Also, this individual and his company have now supported protecting more than 6,400 megawatts of wind and solar energy generation capacity for clients and partners including Microsoft, Invenergy, Capital Power, and Southern Company, among many others. This individual likes to say, the only certainty in renewable energy markets is uncertainty, and he has recently expertly piloted his company through the coronavirus pandemic, achieving business success amid uncertain times. On what sets him apart from other rising stars, his relentless pursuit of his graduate thesis has been embraced as transformative and the new industry standard by top renewable project developers and leading corporate purchasers, investors, and insurers. His mission is to empower the clean energy fuel future by enabling unrivaled certainty of value for clean energy buyers and sellers. On the strength of his personality, insights, and ability to deliver this value, he has set a new standard for how energy contracts are structured. More than anyone else, he has established risk mitigation as one of the best ways to more rapidly deploy clean energy around the globe. 5 words to describe this rising star: articulate, insightful, mission-driven, prudent, and trusted. Congratulations to this year's Rising Star first place winner, Lee Taylor of Resurety, Inc. Let's talk about this year's Rising Star honorable mention winner who set her sights on transitioning the global grid to cleaner sources of energy from an early age and is now the Vice President of Engineering at a nationwide leader in solar plus storage. The following language is taken from the nomination form. At her organization, this individual deftly guides her team in managing everything from PPA RFPs and technical negotiations to project value engineering and technical diligence in support of project finance. In the past year alone, she spearheaded the design and optimization work of the company's first solar plus storage projects, one for NV Energy and the other for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. In a laundry list of accomplishments during her tenure at her organization, perhaps her largest contribution to date is her instrumental role in conceptualizing and creating the company's Python-based integrated design tool, or IDT, an automated project optimization instrument that computes levelized cost of energy analyses for hundreds of possible design and cost scenarios for a given PV or solar plus storage plant. In addition to her innovative mindset, she brings an uncompromising dedication to prioritize and embody the company's commitment to an inviolable workplace culture. Her infectious enthusiasm and invaluable mentorship are major factors in the company's ability to recruit and retain top talent from across the country as the company expands its engineering team to support its ever-growing pipeline. She credits much of her success to the mentors who guided her along the way, and she actively pays it forward by devoting her time to the next generation of STEM professionals. Whether she's speaking to crowds of college-age students at renewables and engineering-focused events, sharing her experiences through youth-oriented STEM podcasts, or simply emailing with a student from her alma mater, she cherishes opportunities to connect with young people in need of advice and/or encouragement. On what sets her apart from other rising stars,
She has a unique ability to view technology and design innovation through the lens of bankability, providing a rare and crucial bridge between technical and commercial considerations throughout project development and financing. This approach not only equates to record-shattering successes for her company, it also makes waves across the industry. Her career achievements read like those of someone with decades more experience under their belt. But she is just getting started, and she's fueled by her own version of renewable energy, an unrelenting drive to push the global clean tech industry to new heights. 5 words to describe this rising star: inspiring, collaborative, selfless, savvy, and bold. Congratulations to this year's Rising Star Honorable Mention winner, Emily Arnold of 8 Minute Solar Energy. That concludes this year's awards ceremony. Congratulations once again to this year's winners. You should be extremely honored and humbled by this recognition. You truly stood out from an incredibly fierce pool of competition. I also want to take a moment to thank everyone who submitted to this year's program. We really enjoyed reviewing your applications and learning about the impacts you're making in clean tech. If you did not win an award this year, we strongly encourage you to apply again in the future. Speaking of the future, please stay tuned for updates on next year's program, like a new category recognizing college excellence sponsored by Repowering Schools, and a brand new website. We are in the process of finalizing all the details, and we cannot wait to share what we have up our sleeves and how we plan on continuing to grow the #1 awards program in clean technology. If you want us to add you to our newsletter so that you can get news on the 2021 program, please email us at randy@thecleanyawards.com or visit our website, www.thecleanyawards.com. Once again, thank you for your ongoing support. Congratulations once again to all of our winners. And here's to clean tech and creating a more secure energy future for future generations.
Hello, everybody. Javier Cavada here with you. I'm really excited to talk to you about the future, but the future that already has happened is that we can really have large-scale energy storage in gigantic scale with industrial processes, with really down-to-earth technology that is very well known by everybody. So as many of my colleagues would say, a hydropower plant in a box, hydropower. Follow me, please. When we talk about liquid earth energy storage, I mean, we talk about extremely clean. So we talk about renewable energy storage. As you know, renewable, we are mostly talking about wind, about sun, about water. And now we're talking about air and how to use the air as means of storage and storing energy in the most efficient way. And there is nothing in the market today that can reach the levels of low cost that we can reach with this technology if the size of the power plant, of the storage plant is large enough. And let me focus on the 8 icons that we have in the bottom of this slide. So we're talking about mature components, industrial components, which already have proven applications in other industries like gas-fired, like air separation units, like LNG, and have 30 to 40 years lifespan. The second is the lowest cost. I mean, if the size is large enough, and we are talking about 25 megawatts, 50 megawatts, 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts, and we're talking about multiple hours, so 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 1 day, etc. So then there is nothing technically that can reach this cost in the conditions that are in the bottom, that is built anywhere. You can see below that there is no geographical constraint. This can be built in a city, can be built in an industrial park. I mean, there are only 2 things needed to store energy with our technologies. One is air, is the air that we're breathing, and another is power, is electricity that normally will come from renewable and we use to fill up our plant. And in the bottom left, proven technology with established supply chain. So all the suppliers, all the partners we have working in the building of these plants are very well known OEMs with dozens, with decades, and with centuries of history. So, and if we go to the right part, I mean, zero emissions. Of course, there is no combustion here, no exotic materials. We're talking about a very straightforward, where stainless steel is the most complicated element. Zero water impact. I mean, no external cooling needed, not influenced by hot weather or not influenced by cold weather. So really, really the ideal application for any location. Giga scale, so very steep economies of scale. In a way, the larger the better, the longer hours the better, and so the lower cost, the cost becomes lower and lower as it becomes bigger. And we have around a 70% efficiency if we're utilizing waste heat. I mean, we have a standard of 60%, and we can go up to 70 to 80 if the application is required. But just to mention that compared to other applications like compressors, like pump hydro, I mean, we are being able to replicate all the capabilities they have, with the difference that we can build these plants everywhere and exactly at the size that the application requires. If I jump to the next slide, it's a little scheme, a little draft of what the process is about, but mostly what we do here is to compress the air by cooling down. So we liquefy the air, we cool down, we reduce the temperature until it becomes into liquid form. Just to mention to those who are not extremely familiar with air separation units, that I believe we are all, but when you produce oxygen or you produce nitrogen for industrial or medical or the kind of applications, you are doing exactly that process. So when we're talking about the same temperatures we're having for liquid nitrogen, for liquid hydrogen, for liquid natural gas. So you can imagine that all the components, all the subcomponents and processes are extremely standard in this system. Then we have in the middle our energy storage. So we are storing, we are keeping large amount of energy in means of a liquid cryogenic fluid, which at the end is a mix of nitrogen, oxygen, and argon, which are the components of air, extremely standard in the industry. And we can keep it there for several seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months. I mean, until, of course, when you build a storage plant, you will want to use that energy at some point. And when you need it back, the day after, or the evening after, or the day or the week after, you move that liquid, you pump that cryogenic fluid, and you gasify it. You transform it again into gas. Just let me give you a number, which is over 700 times is the compression rate. So the liquid is 700 times less volume than the gas. So you can imagine that we are pumping this cryogenic fluid into a steam turbine. When it gasifies, it's making the steam turbine move, coupled with a generator, which is bringing the power back to the grid. What's the difference with other processes? I mean, it's really tiny in terms of the footprint. So since we are compressing by temperature, everything is really compact and has very tight area needed to deploy a system like this. Just to give you a reference of a scale, I mean, a 50 megawatt system with our technology occupies less than a 50 megawatt system with batteries of lithium ion, even though our system can stand 5, 10, 20 hours and still stay in that area. But if you go to 100 megawatts, is way less, and 200 megawatts way less. And another important feature that I like to highlight, and we need to highlight here, is that the liquefied air demands very little pressure. I mean, we're talking about bars of 1 bar, 2 bars, up to maximum 10 bars if you have very little tanks or multiple small tanks. But of course, the larger the tank where you are storing the energy, the lower is the pressure. So you have a very small cost of maintaining and very low cost of operation in this system. Going to the market, I mean, the market is having multiple technologies that are deployable today. The electrochemical in the bottom left here, looking at the megawatts that are being deployed. I mean, we know lithium ion has already one, and now this is the second plant, which is over 100 megawatt. But they are all in the verge of 1 hour of duration. But lithium ion can do more if you just stack it up, and can go up to 4 hours technically. Then you have flow batteries, which use other sulfur and vanadium, other kind of chemistries that are more on the longer duration, but are less in the larger scale. And in the very large scale, over the gigawatt and over the days of storage, you can have pump hydro and compressor. Our technology comes here to couple, to ally with these technologies and occupy the space in the middle. So we have these economies of scale that make us the best suitable technology when you have a large scale, meaning more than 25 megs, and long duration, more than 4 hours. So, but of course, the longer duration, the better, because we would be only adding more tanks or more volume in the tanks, while all the rest of the system would remain the same. So we come here as a storage to make renewables happen. I mean, not to compete with other storage technologies. We compete with gas fired, with coal, and with all fossil fuels, because we do all the services that fossil fuels do today, but coupled with clean energy, with clean tech. And this is how our technology looks like. We have already built a couple of plants in the UK. Now we're in construction of 50 megawatts, multiple hours. We're talking about more than 5 hours of storage. So more than 250 megawatt hour. And this is the modular configuration. We have a cold storage, high-grade cold storage in the left, a heat storage in the right, in red. Then we have the liquid air storage where the energy is being kept until the energy is called back to the grid. And then we have two small areas here. One is the charging module in the middle, is the liquefaction process. And in the top, you can see the discharge module, which is mostly the turbine, steam turbine, and the generator, which connects to the grid. This system, on top of being a storage device, it's also a stability services device. So we, as you have seen, we have a rotating steam turbine, we have a rotating generator, we have rotating compressors. So we have a very large rotating mass connected to the grid. So we're being able to provide balance, we're being able to provide synchronous inertia, we're able to provide tons of real rotating metal providing inertia that really makes the need of fossil fuels neglected anymore. I mean, so coupling this technology with wind and solar, you don't need any more backup for any burning or any combustion-based power plant. So said this, I mean, lots and tons of very cool details that I would like to share with you, but I mean, just to keep myself on the time frame and letting the room and the audience make some questions, I leave you with this idea: large scale, long duration energy storage, totally industrial, totally proven, totally well known by the power and by the electricity industry. It's already available today. It's being built not only in the UK, it's also being built in the US, and it's going towards Europe and towards Asia as we speak. So thank you, everybody, and looking forward to continue.
Aloha and welcome to the Solar Coaster Live Show. I'm here with my co-host, Jason Verkart.
Good morning.
And a special guest, Mr. Dan Sugar, also known as Shug from Nextracker. Welcome to the show, Shug.
Hey, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation.
We understand you've had a big week just testifying at Congress. We read your testimony. It's remarkable. What was that experience like?
Well, it was good because we were able to work not only with the industry to testify in the Natural Resources and Mineral Committee, but also to help galvanize a bit of a unified message of our solar policy priority. You can think of it sort of in two buckets, what we covered. The first was the purview of the Natural Resources Committee is really public lands. And we were focused primarily on Bureau of Land Management, which actually controls several million acres, predominantly in the 7 western states. So we spoke directly at how is solar and wind resource development happening there. And then we spoke on the other policy things that how the administration's been doing and policy work in Congress that impacts solar broadly, both on public lands and not. It's not practical, generally speaking, to develop on public lands because one, the price is much too high, the lease rates that they're setting. Number two, the price is somewhat indeterminate. It can be reset every 5 years, so you're not sure what lease rates are going to be in the future. And problem number three is it takes far too long, in excess of 3 years. So we address that. And while there are some large projects happening on public lands, for example, the Gemini project was recently approved in Nevada, which is about a 700 megawatt project. That sounds great. But in totality, less than 10% of the development of utility scale solar in the US is on federal lands, which compares to overseas a much larger percentage. For example, at Nextracker, we're delivering a 1 gigawatt system, which is part of a 5 gigawatt project in Dubai called the Dewa project. That's 7 times bigger than the Gemini project I mentioned in Nevada. We're also part of the Benban project in Egypt, which is multiple gigawatts on one site in Egypt. And so a lot of countries overseas are just far further ahead in using, public lands for developing solar. So we have a great opportunity, and it would be of great benefit to everyone. The key priorities we really articulated in the hearing with Congress on Tuesday were we need basically the tax credits have been helpful in the past. It's a bipartisan thing that's been vetted. It's good policy. But right now, due to both COVID and tax things that happen in the tax code, very few people are actually paying tax in the corporate world. So we want to have the thing, a function called refundability to be able to, because due to the absence of tax equity, extend the investment tax credit, reduce tariffs on solar and steel and electronics and things like that. The tariffs are not good trade policy. There's a way we can stimulate US manufacturing without regressive tariffs. Have the federal government buy more renewables, which is cheaper than standard power. They should be doing that anyway, and that'll save taxpayers money. So these are the things we covered in the hearing.
Do you have a message for the attendees and people that are watching this?
Yes, I've never been more excited about solar than I am right now. In the face of a horrible year where we've had this pandemic, we've had crazy, the entire West Coast from Canada down to Mexico, all the way through the Rockies was, or the Sierras was on fire. Like, you had just unbelievable stuff going on. We have political unrest, we have social unrest. In spite of all of those things, never have we been part of the solution more than we are today. We're bringing basically safe jobs, clean air, clean water, and savings for people on their power bills. And we need to elect leaders on any side of the political spectrum that focus on the merits of what we're bringing to the table and support it. So I encourage everyone to engage and help create a renewable future today.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's been Dan Sugar here from Nextracker, just off of the testimony at Congress earlier this week. We really appreciate your hard work, Dan, and come on the Solar Coaster with us anytime. Aloha.
Hey, thanks so much. Mahalo.
The $16 billion solar industry has created hundreds of thousands of jobs, but things are just getting started. To support a new generation of American solar innovators and entrepreneurs, the Department of Energy created a $3 million prize competition. The American-made Solar Prize is helping transform great ideas into technology solutions that are ready for market.
The Solar Prize is wide open as far as opportunity to propose your best and brightest idea.
It's ideal for an innovator who wants to have the runway, the financial runway to develop the technology and actually get over that valley of death, actually having a producible product.
Through a series of contests, competitors win progressively larger and larger cash prizes to advance their ideas.
One of the really fantastic parts about the Solar Prize competition is it's a prize, and the ability to get the money without all the complicated overhead and administration means that we were able to put it to use immediately.
Each step of the way, competitors will also receive expertise, technical support, and guidance from national laboratories, energy incubators, and industry partners.
The network is there to help teams fill in gaps. So if a team doesn't necessarily have access to a prototyping facility, we are there for them. And if they don't have access to maybe find the right connections that they need for testing or business plan development, we have people that will help them with that as well.
The partnerships we've developed as a result of the American-made Solar Challenge have been tremendous. They have helped us write and rewrite our business plan, our patents filings, our CAD specifications. The partnership in this community has really been tremendous, and our partners have dramatically accelerated and de-risked our business plan.
By supporting these entrepreneurs, the American-made Solar Prize advances solar innovation and empowers the leaders shaping our energy future.
Yeah, we're all trying to work for the same future, right?
We are, and it's inspiring to be around like a lot of completely different areas with all the unifying aspect of clean energy, renewable energy, but completely different approaches at different aspects of the problem, and that gives us energy.
Visit AmericanMadeChallenges.org to learn more.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining today. My name is Tessa Lee, and I lead corporate engagement from the New York office of the Climate Group. A now 16-year-old nonprofit, at the Climate Group, we focus on systems with the highest emissions and where our member networks have the greatest opportunity to drive change. We do this by building large and influential networks and holding member organizations accountable to turning their commitments into action. Finally, we share what our members are achieving to show a wider world of actors what they could also do. Our members often come to us already knowing that they want to make a climate-related commitment. We work with them so they can confidently increase their ambitions, and we make sure their achievements are validated. We work fast, and we love shouting about success along the way. I've mentioned members a few times. The basis of the work at the Climate Group hinges on member networks of businesses and governments who we convene to shift global markets and policies. Today, I'm going to focus on the RE100 campaign, but I wanted to mention our other major programs. So for the private sector, we also have a set of commitments around energy productivity, as well as one for electric vehicles. And then on the government side, we serve as the Secretariat for the Under 2 Coalition, which is a group of over 200 subnational governments, so cities, states, regions, who are committed to deep decarbonization. And finally, for the last 12 years, we've run Climate Week here in New York City, which takes place annually alongside the UN General Assembly. Last month in September, we held the first ever virtual Climate Week, and it was a huge success. Along with the Climate Group's own hub of events, we had over 350 partner events, all convening under the Climate Week umbrella. Launched in 2014, RE100, which is led by the Climate Group in partnership with CDP, brings together diverse major businesses who are committed to using 100% renewable electricity for their owned operations. Together, this network is more powerful than the sum of its parts, and we're able to send an impactful signal to policymakers and investors, increasing the global supply of renewable electricity, lowering costs, and reducing emissions. Our impact hinges on ambition and, crucially, on transparency. We demand a fair amount of data from our members about their progress towards their commitment, and we work with the CDP to verify what they report. When we say 100%, we really mean 100%. And that's actually very important, being able to speak to the companies who are so committed to renewable electricity procurement that they've achieved 96, 98% globally, and then being able to really highlight those markets where that 2%, that 3% is not achievable, allows us to send an aggregate demand signal to policymakers, investors, and other key stakeholders in markets where today renewables are not feasible. And we're also able to combine the demand. Any given corporate might only have a relatively small footprint in a market, but when we can put together 20, 30, 40 corporates and point to the demand for renewable electricity that is not currently being met, that's where we can really start to make change. So today, we have more than 260 companies across different sectors who have each committed to sourcing 100% of their electricity from renewable sources by 2050 at the latest. The average year of our members' commitment date is 2028. Our members represent a total revenue of $6.6 trillion today and operate globally in a diverse range of sectors. Their electricity demand is nearly equivalent to the country of Mexico. So this is a very large network and a very significant demand that we're able to point to. We sometimes call this the oh my gosh slide, and even this one that I'm showing here is already out of date as we have new members joining all the time, and you can see we're running out of space. If all of today's members were to achieve 100% renewable electricity, it would displace the equivalent of over 70 coal-fired power plants. And you can see by these many logos, many recognizable logos, not only the range of sectors, but also the global diversity of our membership. I know you can't quite see and read this graphic, but it's speaking to not only our global presence, but actually the global progress that's being made already. So for example, 62% of our membership's total electricity demand in the EU is already being met by renewable sources today, 56% in the US, 32% in India, and so on. So we're developing track records and case studies that really point to what's possible, what leading companies are already doing in markets around the world, as well as just indicating what the demand is. We're really setting the standard for what can be done right now, what can already be done. Now, it's often assumed that many of these big brands are publicly making a commitment to renewable electricity as part of their wider sustainability strategies. for reasons of PR and corporate social responsibility and marketing and branding. And while that's certainly true, we actually find that across all industries, risk management and cost savings are proven to be key motivators for our members. So the business case is clearer and clearer to major corporates, which is then something we can share to others, and is already driving procurement decisions, driving budgeting decisions, et cetera. Some of this is industry dependent. So of course, customer expectations do weigh more heavily for consumer facing members, which is about half of our network. But across industries and around the world, companies also report on perhaps unexpected co-benefits of making a renewable electricity commitment, such as better staff satisfaction and retention. So we can speak to the fact that action on global warming really resonates with employees in any geography as well. And because of the scope of our membership, we're able to speak to trends among major corporates in a unique and global way. For instance, on COVID-19, which I know hasn't left a single one of us unaffected this year, RE100 was really excited by a survey we did among our members, which showed that major companies do not want the pandemic to be used as a justification for slowing or pausing on climate action. And in fact, they hope to see recovery and stimulus dollars used to incentivize renewables and sustainability more broadly. This is the kind of information in turn that we can reflect back to policymakers and hopefully encourage the energy transition. So again, I keep mentioning our global presence and our global footprint. As the Climate Group, our RE100 staff, along with our headquarters in London, we have offices in New York City, where I sit, in New Delhi, and until recently in Beijing. But our global footprint, while one of our strengths, also makes some aspects of our work difficult. We're a small team of only about 12 staff, so we can't necessarily get in the weeds in any specific market, much less in all of them where our members operate around the world. So we partner with local experts by establishing key regional hubs. We already have those up and running in Australia, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, and we're looking to expand. We work with Resource in the EU, with REBA in the United States. So we recognize that we have the power of a global movement, and then we look for the key local actors where we can bring the weight and the size of our membership to support the more nuanced and more tailored efforts that they're doing on the ground. So obviously, we're excited by and believe deeply in the business case for renewables generally. We also look at how corporates are getting there. So we found that our members are procuring renewables in a wide variety of ways, including green supply contracts and certificates. But more than a quarter of them are already doing so with direct impact, which means they are directly enabling or financing new renewable electricity, new generating capacity to come online. So PPAs, for example, last year accounted for 19% of all renewable electricity sourced by our members. These numbers here are from the 2019 annual report, so there'll be new figures coming out soon at the end of 2020. And 1 in 2 of our members are already using their influence to push for a faster transition to renewables overall, with a full 44% reporting that they engage actively with their electricity suppliers. Last year, Bloomberg New Energy Finance estimated that RE100 member companies will need to purchase an additional 210 terawatt hours of clean electricity in the year 2030 to meet their targets. Should this be delivered with new offsite PPAs, it would catalyze about 105 gigawatts of new solar and wind capacity to come online, which in turn would require about $98 billion of new investment. And again, I mentioned these numbers are from last year, so it's only getting bigger. So you can really see how corporate demand for renewable electricity can be such an important signal to bringing more capacity online. But we're not all numbers and graphs. I mentioned that one of our biggest drivers of our action is actually ambition and aggregating that ambition and being transparent around ambition and around gaps. And RE100, something we've achieved since our launch, is really substantial global recognition. We know that ensuring coverage of our member commitments and of the size of the movement overall and of renewable electricity procurement as a trend, we know that that's really key to ensuring the success of our campaign. Proving that easy access to renewable electricity is a competitive advantage in a globalized economy and is really something that major private sector actors expect from the markets where they operate. We were really thrilled earlier this year when the COP26 president, Alok Sharma, called for businesses to join RE100 as one of only 4 asks that he was making to the private sector in the run-up to COP next year. So it really shows the sort of traction that we're gaining with key influencers and decision makers. And we'll use this to our advantage as we push for policy change from national governments around the world, as well as we work to bring more and more corporates on board and to see more and more corporates making commitments to sourcing 100% renewable electricity. We also know that much of the strength and the potential of corporate sourcing lies in the fact that relatively few and relatively low-cost policy adjustments can trigger a new market, both in terms of vertically integrating and liberalizing energy markets. So those sorts of things include countries setting decarbonization targets and establishing REC systems, but that's not the case in every market. So for example, we're working in Japan to create more instruments for PPA creations, et cetera. And as I mentioned, we do know that this has to be done at a local level. So that's why we're establishing local hubs in currently difficult markets. What makes a market difficult? Things like the high cost of renewables, a lack of a credible certificate scheme, or because in some cases, markets are investing still today, unfortunately, investing in new coal-fired generation. And so you can see here on this slide some of our recent wins around the world in terms of creating markets and incentivizing renewable procurement. One of the places we're quite focused right now is South Korea. The RE100 global policy asks. So as I mentioned, and if you go to our website, we have articulated those key low cost and globally relevant policy asks that we think every national government should implement to open up the renewable electricity market. So those RE100 global policy asks were used recently in a letter to key minister in South Korea that RE100 supported alongside with other local partners. That letter asked for the prompt implementation of the South Korean government's promised RE100 enabling measures, which in turn would grow the options of cost-effective renewables in South Korea. And so we've been really excited by the response that we've been getting. The fact that our global membership, which combines some South Korean headquartered companies with companies headquartered in the US, the EU, with a global footprint, is really starting to open the door for discussions with policymakers as to what they can change to facilitate renewable procurement in their market. Of course, with the carrot of all the reasons why it makes good business sense and good climate sense, and the stick of, as this Korea Times article highlights, that RE100 is a new risk for Korean firms. So we're really seeing growing pressure on Korean companies and the government to step it up on renewables. Combine this with calls like the call made by Alok Sharma and other indications that renewable electricity procurement by the private sector is becoming business as usual, is becoming expected, is becoming a requirement for being competitive internationally in the market today. And so we're using all this combination of messaging to incentivize and to drive change and policy change in key markets. Finally, I imagine some in the audience might be wondering what makes a company eligible to join. You can see here our membership requirements. One thing I'll note, very important, the RE100 program is not a technical advising program. We're not a consulting effort. We are an aggregation and communication and mission-driven campaign. And so because of our capacity relative to our scope, we are not holding the hands of our members individually as they develop their unique roadmaps for renewable procurement, as they determine what the right goals and ambitions for their operations should be, which instruments they should pursue, and which markets, which deals they should sign on to, et cetera. We are not able to do that. And that's why we generally work only with quite large companies who have the capacity and the sophistication and the balance sheet internally to pursue this work. And as I mentioned, many of our members join already knowing that they want to pursue renewable electricity. We sometimes push them and nudge them and indicate the possibility of going 100%. Maybe they were thinking only of a certain part, 80% of their operations. We nudge them to consider market boundaries and to procure in the market where actually they're consuming the electricity, as we think that that's very important to actually changing markets. We consider our members, we look at where we can push members to move from RECs to PPAs and more direct forms of procurement. But again, the need for companies to have a certain degree of internal capacity to undertake the renewable electricity procurement is why we focus on larger companies. So, and then we take their work, we amplify it, we accelerate it, and as I mentioned, we leverage it to drive wider market change, to drive policy change, to indicate to other companies who maybe haven't made a decision yet that renewable electricity should be part of their plans, and that climate action should be something that they're undertaking, to show them that they're at risk of being left behind by their peers, and to celebrate the possible and to celebrate the innovation that our members are able to achieve around the world as a roadmap for others to pick up. So for more information, please reach out to info@re100.org. It should be written down here, but info@re100.org. And thank you so much. I look forward to taking questions.
Welcome to our presentation on pile driver and machine control basics as they relate to ground mount solar installations. I'm Ed Savage, product manager with Vermeer Corporation. I'll be covering the pile driver portion. Following me will be Tom Potter. He is product manager with RDO Integrated Controls, and he will be covering the machine control basics. So the topics we'll be covering on pile drivers, we'll be covering site knowledge, pile designs, pile load testing, and pile driver support. On the machine control side, we'll be covering site prep, pile model, best practices, and data. And keep in mind, topics will all be from a high level and some of the basics we've heard while we're out on different job sites from our customers and operators. So as we talk about site knowledge, gain as much site knowledge as you can. Understand the soils, gain access to as many geotechnical surveys as you can, or just history of the soils in that area. There's two very basic types of soil. Cohesive soil, thinking of a clay type soil that can absorb and hold water in the event of rain. So understand the weather patterns and forecasts for the duration that you're going to be on the job site. Obviously, most equipment will perform in muddy conditions, but a potentially slower overall production rate. Sometimes perception is that a wet clay type soil might be easier to drive a pile into due to that or lubrication of the moisture in the clay. In reality, some clays, when saturated, can swell to more than 10 times their original size. So the other basic soil type is a non-cohesive or sand type soil that typically allows water to drain away. Sand can be challenging to drive or screw a pile into. Sand particles are irregularly shaped and are continually trying to lock onto the object that's moving through them. So think about holding a piece of sandpaper in one hand and a steel rod in the other hand. Wrap the piece of sandpaper around that rod and try to spin it, continually trying to apply more pressure with the sandpaper to the rod. That's basically what's happening as you're trying to drive something through a sandy soil as it tries to lock onto that piece of metal, pile, screw anchor. Sandy conditions can also add additional wear to machines' undercarriage and other areas they can reach. So another item just to keep in mind on gaining site knowledge, understanding the terrain of the site. Is it ungraded, where it's rough terrain, which can add to the time required to deliver components around the site, and possibly add to the risk of drop, damage, and lost components as you're moving across an ungraded site. So more on the prep and management of the site. Is the vegetation mowed down or standing? Does brush or trees need to be cleared? Just adds to the time that you need to spend ahead of time. And then is dust mitigation required? Dust control could be required on sites where panels are already installed on a portion of the site, but you're still driving piles on a remaining part of the site. So this would just be required possibly to keep dust off the installed panels. So just more basics to understand before you get to the site. Pile load and drivability testing. So understanding what is the load requirements, both horizontally and vertically. Are you going to self-perform or contract out? We see both cases out there in the field. And then drivability tests. Typically, you drive several locations around the site. And then what are the times of those drives? Are you encountering very tough conditions in a portion of the site, easier conditions in another, just to try and understand what that productivity rate is going to be. And then understanding embedment depth requirements. Do they vary throughout the job site? Are end posts required to be at a deeper embedment? Or on a tractor site, do the motor mount posts need to be driven deeper? So thinking about the machine support. So how much labor is going to be required on your pile driver? We typically see a 2 to 3 person crew, one person operating the pile driver, 1 to 2 people supporting it, positioning piles, so on. Training, skilled crew or new hires, which do you plan to put on the pile drivers? Is the local dealer available to help with training as needed? Retaining labor can be a challenge. The training curve varies based on the skill level. So understanding that ahead of time, and then will you have support to train those crews? Machine service and support. The pile driver will need repairs at some point in time, replacement parts. What's the location contact numbers of your local dealer? Does your local dealer know the pile driver model or models you'll be running so they can stock any needed wear items ahead of time? Understanding pile types. So there's a couple different types we typically see. Is it a driven pile or a Healy pile or earth screw? And do either one of those require air hammer to make a hole ahead of time before you drive or screw a pile in? The screw-in piles are typically more popular in a granular type soil. And then there's also ballasted, which is typically a concrete anchor. They're popular in brownfield sites, landfills that might have a membrane cap, or environmentally remediated or closure sites and wetlands. Earth screws and Healy piles. Here are a couple images showing what they normally look like, and once again, normally used in a granular soil or for specific racking designs that require them. This slide is just showing the different driven pile profiles. And in the upper left corner, the H-beam or I-beam, depending on terminology that is used, that is the most common we see. And these other ones you will see on occasion out there. One thing that's important, as it states there, is just understanding the cross-sectional dimension, and we'll get into why that is important. So when using a pile driver, you're typically going to have to select a driver guide, and that is just the surface that keeps the pile orientated and a wear point for it to run against as it's being hammered in the ground. So that's why it's important to understand the cross-sectional size, the pile profile. So when you go to your local dealer to get guides, they're going to ask you those things. So there are different types of guides also. So as you can see, the blue arrow, direction the machine is traveling, and then you've got either rear load, where obviously the pile gets loaded in the rear of the machine. You've got side load, which is common, and that comes in from the basically outside of the one side of the machine. And then front load, which is probably the least popular that we see in the field. So defining these pile driver guides a little more. The front load, the guide opening is towards the seat end of the pile driver, as shown in this picture here. A rear load, the guide opening will be orientated 180 degrees from the seat end of the pile driver. Tracking the machine in reverse or forward allows the guide to move away from the installed pile, depending on the front or rear load. And a little more visual reference on the side load pile driver guide. So the guide opening is towards the outside of the machine. Mass slide movement allows the guide to move away from the installed pile. And finally, pile length. Are all piles the same length? As we touched on earlier, some piles can be different lengths if they're at the end of the rows, or if you're installing a tracking system and the motor mount piles might have to be longer. Are any piles longer than your pile driver's capabilities, where you might have to pre-drill with an auger attachment so you can utilize your pile driver? And with that, I will turn it over to Tom Potter. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Now we'll move on to the GPS and machine control portion of the presentation. For a brief start and explanation, GPS machine control for pile drivers gives the operator a heads-up display that allows them to maneuver the machine over to the location where a pile is to be driven. There's also additional feedback on plumbness, azimuth or orientation of the pile, depth, and many other things that the operator has as feedback. Way before we get to that point, there's a few things that need to be established on site ahead of the time where you're actually wanting to go place and drive piles. The first is survey control. Typically, as this is established by a licensed surveyor, that person will go establish hubs all around the perimeter and a few internal on the site in order to tie that site down to the set of construction plans for the job. Once that's done, the next step will be to get an existing surface of the site. That can be done a number of different ways, but in this example, a person went out with an ATV with GPS survey equipment mounted on it, and they drove about a 20-foot grid pattern in order to get a very dense cluster of points collected in order to get as good of a contour or representation of what that surface looks like. And accuracy is key on this because we need this to be very accurate representation of the ground, so that when we go to the modeling and then putting piles in the ground, we're able to have that accuracy continue down the process. Finally, timing of this is critical too. Like I said, these things should be done and established far ahead of any of the traditional construction and installation of piles being done. Next, we're going to talk about the model for machine control. The model for machine control has a few data points that have to come together in order to give you that X, Y, and elevated Z location for each pile to be driven. The first variable is that existing topo that we talked about. We take that existing topo and then all of the specs for the racking system that's going to be used on site. Along with that racking system, there's typically the min-max tolerances of all those variables within that racking system. And finally, it's the XY locations on the ground where each pile is going to be located. When you bring all of these variables together, again, you're able to get that X, Y, and elevated Z above the existing surface for every location on the entire site where a pile is to be driven. The next step is who is going to create this file. That typically comes through in a few different ways. First one, there's an engineering company that's typically in charge of designing this project. Often they're able to take that information and create this file. Sometimes the internal engineering staff of a contractor has the capabilities to do this. And third, there are outside companies, third parties that are able to take this information and do a pretty quick turnaround given all the variables that they need. The final thing I want to talk about is required versus desired information. Everything that we've talked about up to this point is what is required by the set of plans or the information given by the engineering company. But there may be some variances between that and the desired information that the contractor may want. They may actually want to shade all things more to the minimum of the tolerances versus the maximum of the tolerances in order to make the installation and other processes down the road go a little bit quicker. On this slide, we have a number of things going on, and I kind of was going to start with the upper right-hand diagram. This is a picture of some traditional methods that are typically done out on a site when driving piles. You can see that there are points or feathers in the ground designating the location where each pile should be driven. There are string lines going across the ground that gives the pile its a reference for orientation so they don't get twisted too far and they get set on that azimuth correctly. And then in the background, there's actually rotating lasers that establish the Z elevation or that Z plane to allow the operators to understand when they should stop driving the pile into the ground. Conversely, the picture right below that is more of a GPS machine control method where the model or the pile file that we just talked about in the previous slide is uploaded into the computer onto the pile driver. The GPS is guiding the operator to the appropriate location. It's also giving them that twist that traditionally is a string line up above. It's giving them that twist orientation to make sure they get that correctly. And as they drive the pile into the ground, it's giving them the elevation of the top of pile and will actually allow them to stop the machine once it gets to the proper elevation. There are also some best practices that we found in the many implementations and trainings that we've done that are pretty critical in order to have success when you're doing the transition from a traditional method to GPS and machine control. Number one is a site champion. There's got to be somebody on site that has that pin the rose to, where they are inevitably responsible to make this successful and have that ability to implement the rest of the items in this list, which, you know, we want to create a plan of success, a plan of training, a plan of how this workflow is going to happen. With that site champion, working with them to make sure, again, that training, we're executing that plan, we're getting all of the people on board for what this new process is going to look like. Next, you know, we have to validate to make sure what that process is actually putting the piles in at the right locations, and then make some slight tweaks or alterations if we see if there's any errors from what's happening out there in the field. So this SOP process is very critical in making sure that we can make this. I got cut off on the last slide, so wanted to finish up a couple comments on it before moving to this one. And the final thing that wasn't able to get into that was about the support, and just wanting to make sure that there's an internal process of support where somebody on site, typically that site champion, has a level of knowledge to address any of the minor things that may pop up when using GPS machine control on site, but then also having that escalation process established to whatever vendor, and making sure that they have the ability to have that remote support and on-site support if and when that time comes that you need those types of additional services. Now, moving on to this slide, really one of the biggest pieces beyond the operators being able to use this in the field is also what it does by collecting data of what's happening in the field. To that point, that as-built data of not only where was the pile supposed to go, but where did it actually get put into the ground, and being able to generate reports based on, you know, did the pile drivers, how many piles per day were they able to put in the ground? If you get into a hard area, it'll allow you to see when that production is slowing down to different areas based on ground conditions. If we have one operator versus others that don't seem to be able to put in the same number, maybe there's a training opportunity that needs to be with one of your senior guys to help that other person get up to speed. It also will give you some sort of outputs in reports that gives you all piles that are recorded out of tolerance. It gives you average drive times between the two locations to where the piles are located. It also gives the amount of time it takes to pound that pile into the ground. And all of these different reports and stats and details can be auto-generated to the right contractor personnel on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. So again, they have that information direct at their fingertips whenever they want to go in and really have an idea of what's happening on site. Both Ed and I would like to thank you for the time you've spent listening to us today. We hope the information that we've provided in this presentation is helpful to you in any way. If you have any more questions or want to get a hold of us, you will have the links to our information. Reach out at any time. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Good day. My name is Colin Coker. I'm with Viking Cold Solutions, and today we'll be covering deploying thermal energy storage in C&I applications, real-world performance data. I'd like to thank all of you for attending, and especially North America Smart Energy Week for hosting this session. Let's continue. One of the most important considerations when discussing thermal energy storage is commercial and industrial refrigeration. It happens to be the highest demand of any industrial category per cubic foot served, and it happens to be the third highest consuming utility category served. Industrial refrigeration specific to thermal energy storage that we'll talk about today, it's across several different verticals. Food producers, distribution warehouses, supermarkets, and restaurants are just a few that we'll focus on today. The temperature-controlled food costs are over $40 billion in energy annually. Obviously, this is a heavy load, not always readily accessible by the utilities. And the thermal energy storage technology that we'll cover more today is an enabler that helps these utilities access load, maintain customer required temperatures, and help balance the grid. Let's move to the next slide and look at some of these applications and what the installations actually look like. Here on slide 3, we've got 4 examples of different TES or thermal energy storage installations, ranging from just small walk-in freezer on the bottom right all the way up to an industrial example up on the top left. The applications can range anywhere from as small as 100 square feet in a grocery store walk-in all the way up to 200,000 square feet or more for industrial applications. Could be third-party logistic warehouses, could be food producers, could be grocery store distribution centers. The range in temperature can be anywhere from as cold as -20 degrees, which typically is synonymous with an ice cream facility, all the way up to close to melting point of 32 degrees. All of these applications run refrigeration continuously 24 hours a day. Could range anywhere from as small as a 5 kW load all the way up to 2+ megawatts per installation. The facilities in the U.S., just to give the audience a context of how many applications are out, actually out there, is you've got over 4,000 plus warehouses, 40,000 plus grocery stores, and 620,000 plus restaurants, all of which have low temperature storage applications. Now let's take just a minute. We'll talk about some basics about thermal energy storage and how this, let's call it a thermal battery, compares to other energy storage in the next slide. Now this may sound pretty simple, but thinking through how thermal energy storage compares to, let's say, a traditional lithium-ion storage project, there are some differences here. Conventional electric storage, generation, it's moved to a battery, stored for future consumption. Conversely, with thermal energy storage, we're actually moving from generation, we're running refrigeration equipment and consuming that energy and storing that energy in the form of cold or BTUs in these thermal energy storage cells, or what we call phase change material cells. So in comparison, as a thermal battery, we're storing BTUs in the form of cold compared to electrons in traditional lithium-ion battery storage. Let's move to the next slide and we'll talk about other key aspects of the system. So we've covered several aspects of the system over the previous slides. Basic thermal energy storage, definitions, a few pictures of applications so you get an idea of what the cells look like in the environment inside the freezer. We've also talked about how it differs from a traditional lithium-ion battery storage system. But one of the key, most important aspects of a thermal energy storage system is the intelligent controls, the sensors, and digitization that comes along with the system. Basically, you've got a bunch of dumb ice that sits inside these facilities unless you have the intelligence to tell the existing refrigeration system when to run, how to stage compressors, when to move airflow, and how to best manage the heat infiltration. And that's done through multiple demand management strategies. We could be solving for peak and time of use avoidance. Could be a demand response program that we're helping support, keeping the food safe, stable temperatures during the demand response period. Or it could simply be running for efficiency in markets or applications that don't have demand or time of use charges. The system does have a unique aspect that it not only provides the ability to shift demand and concentrate on lower time of use rates, but there's an efficiency piece here. By running refrigeration at a cooler time of day where you get optimal ambient temperature conditions for your compressor efficiencies, and being able to isolate all these thermal cells in a very defined area on top of the warehouses or the walk-in freezers, allows the existing refrigeration system to move that consolidated heat much more effectively out of the freezer when it times to stage up these compressors. So it's an easy integration. The building automation controls can be a subsystem of the existing controls. We're basically platform agnostic. There's a secured cloud connection through API or BACnet interface with any platform. The visibility and intelligence allows you to access your facilities 24/7 real time. There's notifications via text, email, call, and the system is able to identify issues prior to becoming costly problems. What we'll talk about next is the little bit more detail on the thermal cells themselves. So we've talked about the building automation controller and the intelligence behind the software that drives the optimization of refrigeration. Let's dig in a little bit on the thermal mass now. Phase change materials store and release energy as they transition between solid and liquid states. What does that mean and how does it fit into this equation? Compared to frozen food, these frozen cells have a great deal more heat capacity, the ability to absorb heat. For example, frozen box of insulated food, roughly about 1/2 of a BTU per pound of mass ability to absorb heat. That's the energy. Comparatively, these cells, when they go through a phase change, they're worth about 125 BTUs per pound of mass. That's roughly about a 300 times increase in more heat capacity compared to frozen foods. These cells also have an 8 times greater heat transfer rate compared to frozen foods. The cells use natural convection as the heat infiltrates the room. Could be through door openings, lights, defrosts, people, forklifts. All of that heat comes in the room and rises. It's normally absorbed into the food, but in the cases of these installations, the cells will now absorb roughly up to 85% of that heat coming in the room. Hold that there for long periods of time, depending on what we're solving for, whether it's demand shift or efficiency. And then release that heat once the refrigeration system is staged up and the airflow starts to flow across the cells, pulls out the heat. And during this entire period, these cells continuously rain down heavier cold air, protecting the food during these idle refrigeration states. So now we've illustrated by using the intelligence of the controller and pairing it with the safe thermal mass of phase change materials specifically formulated to go through a phase change at a desired temperature, how efficient it can really be. And we're going to talk about some examples here in the coming slides. We were very fortunate to work with a very forward-leaning utility, Eversource, which serves this particular region is Massachusetts, primarily around Boston. This was a demand reduction demonstration program that they had put together, solicited input selected several different types of technology in order to demonstrate the capacity to minimize demand during a targeted window. The goals: to select these technologies, utilize third-party measurement and verification methodology, target a 4-hour dispatch period window. The study period was a 4-month ICAP season in New England ISO from June through September of 2019. Viking Cold Solutions was one of the technologies that was selected to participate in the study, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in the coming slides. During the study, Viking Cold was able to complete 7 installations across one of the largest food service distributors, Sysco Foods, one of the largest cold storage providers, Americold, several food producers, and the Greater Boston Food Bank. Average facility size somewhere in the 50,000 square foot range. Largest one was around 150,000 square feet. And the average install period was about 120 days from the agreement to commissioning, which illustrates the ability to deploy the systems very efficiently and effectively. The program also provided third-party measurement and verification process. Total demand reduction goal of about 1.3 megawatts. There's a 3-month baseline of data collection, 24/7 data, measuring demand, consumption, and the temperatures in Fahrenheit. There's a PCM installation and post-install data collection for utility at third-party evaluator. This included 2019 ICAP season, which is June through September, regularly scheduled reports. Data was also shared through a secure cloud-based API. Results of the installations were outstanding. 98% of the demand reduction goal was achieved. 3 facilities achieved well over 100% of the goal, and 1 achieved 170% of the goal. There was over 9 megawatt hours of deployable energy stored, close to 400,000 kilowatt hours of total energy consumption reduction during the 4-hour shed period. Temperatures were maintained and food quality safeguarded 100% of the time. As a matter of fact, the simulated food temperatures were more stable during the shed periods than regular runtime refrigeration. There was a custom daily dispatch program created by Eversource, specifically designed to help deploy more TES systems in the New England ISO as a result of the successful program. Now, we'll move into a very specific application around solar and storage. We were fortunate enough to have San Diego Gas and Electric sponsor a solar plus storage installation as part of an Emerging Technology Coordinating Council program. There was a third-party M&V study completed. The freezer was about a 6,000 square foot low-temp freezer at the San Diego Food Bank. They had an existing PV system in place. Thermal energy storage was installed to attempt to store any excess solar energy that was being produced. The system discharged stored solar energy at night, and it resulted in a 39% annualized energy savings and a 95% overnight grid energy reduction. Now, looking at these stats, this is a pretty outstanding performance. How does this actually work? So this is an opposite operating paradigm, how we would normally run a traditional system. We actually use the solar generation to run the refrigeration system during the day. In the graph, you can see in the red area where that was excess generation created from the solar system. We ramped up the refrigeration system and put the cells into a hard freeze, or a hard charge, if you will. Again, storing BTUs of energy in lieu of electrons. In the evening hours, prior to the duct curve, which many of you may be very familiar with, we would stage down the refrigeration and the thermal cells would provide the cooling during the evening and throughout the night, mitigating any usage during the duck curve period and only using less than 5 kW of power during the night to using fans to destratify the air, thus resulting in the 95% overnight grid energy reduction. Phenomenal case study. And what this shows is a very cost-effective way, the most cost-effective energy storage with regards to in thermal applications. Comparatively, this technology in thermal type facilities is about 2 cents per kilowatt hour levelized cost of energy, compared to a traditional lithium ion levelized cost of energy of closer to 20 cents per kilowatt hour. Again, further illustrating how much more effective and efficient thermal energy storage is in cold storage applications when paired with solar energy. Let's talk a little bit about that levelized cost. Let's talk about the levelized cost of less than 2 cents per kilowatt hour. Operational and maintenance considerations, 0. Since there's no mechanical components and we use the existing refrigeration system and we use software updates via the cloud, the passive cells simply absorb and release heat. They're mounted in the racking systems, take up no additional real estate. The system has a 20-year life. We expect the system to last the life of the freezer with no capacity degradation. The round trip efficiency is 100%. We do not have any losses when charging and between charging and releasing the energy in the cells. The discharge length can be anywhere from 2 to as long as 13 hours a day. Again, requires no additional real estate as we mount them in the existing racking systems. This improves the average efficiency of facilities, roughly 25%. Again, moving more refrigeration runtime to lower ambient temperature conditions and leveraging that greater condenser efficiency and the 8 times greater heat transfer capacity of the cells. And there's an end-of-life recyclability of 100%. The cells can be recycled. They're just simply an HDPE plastic. And the PCM inside is a mixture of water and different types of salts, all of which are environmentally friendly and can be completely recycled. So in summary, let's discuss some of the key value considerations with thermal energy storage. Energy storage plus efficiency, backup resiliency for power outages or mechanical failure, levelized cost of energy less than 2 cents per kilowatt hour, no round trip energy loss, high C&I participation rate in demand management programs, 0 maintenance, improved temperature stability, long duration, up to 13-hour discharge, no real estate required. So many benefits and such a good sustainable play here. Again, we'd like to thank North America Smart Energy Week for hosting this session. We appreciate the attendees' time. We hope you enjoyed the presentation. Please let us know if this has been helpful. Hope to see you again soon.
Hi, I'm Scott Balfour, President and CEO of Emera. Thank you for joining us today as we unveil Block Energy, a residential distributed energy generation platform developed by Emera Technology. Emera is a $32 billion company serving 2.5 million utility customers across 6 countries. At Emera, our strategy for the past 15 years has been focused on safely delivering cleaner, affordable, and reliable energy to our customers. And our success has been rooted in our ability to adapt, to continue to deliver for our customers who are increasingly looking for more renewables, more choice, and more control. And in order to maintain that commitment, we're continually exploring innovative technologies and solutions. And so Emera Technologies is an important part of our business, and in many ways is a great example of our strategy in action. Deepening our understanding of leading trends in energy, developing solutions to meet those changing needs, and positioning Emera for the evolving energy landscape. Launched 2 years ago, we assembled a dedicated team of experts to explore the changes and advancements in technology in the sector, with the goal to find better options in how we generate and deliver energy for our customers, but also to achieve a step change improvement in safety and reliability of that energy, to help accelerate the adoption of renewables, and to do so while ensuring affordability for customers. Block Energy was born out of that set of ambitious objectives, created by utility experts with utility customers in mind. It's a utility-first business model. It's ready to fill the need for utilities to drive the adoption of distributed energy resources, enabled by systems that are owned, operated, and maintained by the utility in order to optimize system efficiency and customer cost. And Block Energy aligns with the major trends in the energy sector today. It provides local decentralized energy that can interoperate with the grid, which with never before possible levels of reliability and system safety. It's fully digitalized, delivering the data utilities need to better operate their systems and to serve customers now and into the future. And it contributes to decarbonization, enabling more efficient adoption of much higher levels of rooftop solar generation. And so with a distributed energy platform that's uniquely developed for utility customers and a strategic business model that's utility-focused and future-ready, Block Energy is a great addition to the energy market. We're really excited by this and how Block Energy can contribute to a brighter, cleaner, affordable, and more reliable energy for customers and the utilities. I'm now going to pass it over to Rob Bennett, CEO of Emera Technologies, to tell you more.
I'm Rob Bennett, CEO of Emera Technologies, the makers of Block Energy. The electric system in North America has been under transformation for many years, and no more so than today. Today's rate of change is faster than it's ever been. Block Energy's purpose is to understand that change and to create technologies and business models that can help advance that transformation. With the support of our parent company, Emera, Block Energy was formed of a team of utility executives and technology experts who've taken a clean sheet of paper to reimagine how we make and distribute and control electricity at the community level. The result is our Block Energy Smart Platform. This is a microgrid technology that can be deployed in new residential subdivisions using a unique technology that overcomes the usual burdens or problems that arise from integrating distributed energy assets, and in fact can be used to actually enhance the operation of the existing power system. And while Block Energy is certainly a unique technology, which I'll discuss more with you a little bit later on, what's most important and most differentiates Block Energy is our business model and approach to how these new systems can be deployed. We are very much a utility-first philosophy company. We believe that the largest transformations can be made by working in collaboration with existing utilities and providing the new technologies and new business models that they need to meet customers' demands and to meet the changes that are happening in terms of environmental expectations worldwide. That's why the Block Energy system was created, in order to provide a community level, a new residential community level, completely independent and truly seamless microgrid solution that's based primarily on solar energy technology. This is important from a utility perspective, as it allows the utility owners and operators across the country to re-engage in the provision of electricity at the community level with distributed assets. Our system is a truly in front of the meter system that is intended to be completely integrated with the AC system, but can seamlessly disconnect and operate autonomously at any time with the command of the utility. That makes it an extraordinarily important utility asset. Not that it's going to solve all of the challenges that utilities have in terms of meeting renewable energy provision into the future, but it certainly will be a big step in advancing renewable energy integration in new residential communities, so that we're dealing with our clean energy needs to meet load growth in an incremental basis. From a utility CEO's perspective, this can be very important because it allows the most effective deployment of capital, the most efficient approach to meeting new load requirements, while delaying the need to make large investment decisions in new energy infrastructure that, in times of uncertainty like these, those decisions come with a much higher degree of risk. So anything that we can do to create a cleaner energy environment, meet our customer needs, and delay those large decisions, I think is important as a strategy for any utility operator. Let me tell you a bit about the Block Energy system. It's comprised primarily of 4 components. At the individual home level, we've equipped the home with solar, rooftop solar, which of course is in front of the meter, importantly, and connected directly to the Block box, which sits outside of the customer's home. This configuration we refer to as the nanogrid. Inside of the Block box are important control electronics, an energy storage battery, and an inverter, which converts the DC power in the DC microgrid system back to AC for use in the customer's home for their convenience. The Block box and solar, collectively referred to as our nanogrid, is then interconnected to a cable network system, a DC bus, we call it, which loops through the neighborhood and connects all of the various Block boxes throughout the community. This allows these Block boxes, their associated solar, batteries, and controls to act in unison to supply and share energy across the DC network throughout the community in the most optimal fashion required at any given time. The network is then connected to the central energy park, in which we have a battery, controls, and importantly, backup gas-fired generation, which supplements the need for energy in the community in the event that there's an outage of the AC system at the same time that there's a deficiency of solar due to weather or some other circumstance. Importantly, at this point, we have the ability in our central energy park system, combined with the controls of the rest of the community system, to interface to the AC grid and provide important support, either through frequency support, virus support, power export, or importing power as a storage facility complementary to the operation of the AC system. This whole package comes together with a single point of control for the utility operator and makes it modular and convenient for the utility to integrate these distributed generation, solar generation, and storage assets into the network operation in a seamless form. I'm very happy to have a number of our team members here today who are going to take the time a bit later on to show us the background of the Block Energy system, and I think even show us in the shop where we're manufacturing this equipment. But before we do that, I would like to introduce Mark Matheny, Division President at Lennar, who's going to share an exciting announcement with us today.
Hi, I'm Mark Matheny, Division President with Lennar Homes in Tampa, Florida. I'm here today to announce an exciting new partnership we have with Emera Technologies, the maker of Block Energy. We've chosen our Medley at South Shore Bay community in Tampa, Florida to announce the first Block Energy system. We're so excited about Block Energy as it provides a real differentiator for our customers. We've got clean, reliable, and affordable energy in our new community at South Shore Bay. This will be just one of the many features of this community, but surely one of the most exciting ones. Metro Development first introduced this technology to us, and I'd like to kick it over to Metro to explain why.
Hi, I'm Kartik Goyani, and I'm VP of Operations at Metro Development Group. Here's why we chose the Block Energy platform and how that caught our attention. So at Metro, innovation is in our DNA. We do like to really create communities, as we call, from the ground up, from the internet up, with the backbone and the technology that goes with it. And for the last 3 years, we've been talking to a lot of different companies on bringing some sort of a fully integrated microgrid solution to one of our communities. And along the way, we got introduced to the awesome team at Emera Technologies and have been discussing the Block Energy product, how that could be deployed in one of our large communities that would serve as a great pilot, and from my understanding, the first of its kind in the country. So as we went along on that journey, we worked with a lot of builders across our communities. And for us, we felt that for trying something this innovative that has never been attempted or done before, it would make sense to partner with a builder who has the same laser sharp focus on innovation as us. And that is how we approached the Lennar team to start talking about deploying this in one of our communities. So here we are, I would say, 1 year later, and excited to get this product launched and be in our community here in the Tampa Bay area. So with that, I would hand it over to Luisan Como, who is EVP of Business Development at Emera Technologies.
Hi, my name is Luisan Como. I am EVP Business Development at Emera Technologies, and I am thrilled to be here today to talk to you about the launch of our new strategic partnership with Lennar, leading builder in the United States, and Metro Development, a forward innovator. Today also marks the launch of Block Energy residential product. We have come such a long way in quite a short period of time. 2 years ago, Block Energy was just an idea. Backed by Emera, a leading utility, we challenged ourselves to reimagine how electricity could be generated locally, more efficiently, with more renewables and more resilience, delivering a better product for our customers. In just 1 year, we built the Block Energy Living Lab, also known as the Kirtland Resiliency Project, at the Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We did that in partnership with the military, Sandia National Labs, and the Department of Energy's Distributed Energy Technology Lab. We've used that lab to test our system, and it's been a great success, delivering resilient, renewable power consistently since it launched 10 months ago. This great project was spearheaded by Gary Opedal, a colleague of mine who leads our military activity. And that brings us to today, a very important day. We are installing the Block Energy Smart Platform into our first residential community, a master plan community in Florida that's being developed by Metro Developments and Lennar. We at Emera Technologies think Block Energy is a win-win for everyone. It's designed as a utility-owned asset that seamlessly integrates into their grid. But it's not a typical utility asset. We've transformed an industrial product into a consumer product that sits elegantly in any residential environment. It delivers for the utility's customer functionally, more renewables, advanced reliability, and also aesthetically. We've actually even created custom colors for Lennar to match the colors of their homes in the South Shore Bay development in Tampa. Innovation of the Block Energy product matches the innovation of our partners, Lennar and Metro Development. We believe we're delivering a utility-owned solution for distributed energy that's great for developers, great for builders, and great for customers. Delivering cleaner, local, more resilient power. Peace of mind for everybody. Like I said, a win-win all round. Now I'll hand you over to Chris Hooper, EVP Operations for Emera Technologies, who's been on the ground with Lennar for Block Energy's installation in the South Shore Bay development.
Hi, I'm Chris Hooper, Executive Vice President of Operations at Emera Technologies, makers of Block Energy. I'm excited to be here today to share in the announcement of our Block Energy platform for residential communities and our partnership with Lennar at the Medley community at South Shore Bay. We've been working very closely with Lennar and with our other partners in this project, including the developer, Metro Development Group, and the utility, Tampa Electric Company. Working with such respected and sophisticated partners with our first at-scale residential project has been a fantastic experience. We've learned a lot about how to bring our Block Energy platform to communities in a fast and frictionless way. We have developed a very streamlined, light-touch installation approach with just 4 points of intersection in the development and build-out of a residential community. The first is the installation of our block loop system, largely consisting of similar infrastructure to that of a traditional utility power distribution system. And this happens at the same time as it normally would in the build-out of a development. It includes materials such as conduit, cabling, and handholds distributed around the community. This is followed by the installation of our block home system at each home as they are built, beginning with the installation of rooftop solar after the roof is dried in for inside applications such as concrete tile, as is the case in South Shore Bay, or after roof completion for applications like asphalt shingles. Subsequently, this is followed at the home level by the installation and connection of our block box as each home nears completion. In parallel, we install our Block Central system on a small footprint within the community, consisting of supplemental battery storage and generation for community use. Being on the ground from an operations standpoint, our Block Energy platform with its simple modular components installs much like a traditional power distribution system, and in many cases uses the same contracting workforce that the utility would have used if they were installing their traditional power system. All of this coming together seamlessly in this new 40-home development at South Shore Bay. This is a partnership that is a win for everyone involved, with all parties, including homeowners, able to realize the benefits of a more innovative, renewable, and resilient power system. With that, I will hand it over to my colleague, Gene Kraswinski, our product development and electrical engineering lead at Emera Technologies, to tell you a bit more about the Block Energy platform itself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gene Kraswinski, Product Development Team Leader at Emera Technologies, and I'd like to welcome you to the Block Energy production line here in the San Francisco Bay Area, where we're building the first set of Block Energy systems that are going to be soon deployed at the Lennar South Shore Bay development in Florida. We take the technology from our product innovation team at Emera, and that's led by Luis Zubieta, and we build the commercial products that you're hearing about today. These innovations integrate renewables such as solar, fuel cells, and integrate them with traditional sources to form a complete, resilient, and reliable energy system. Not only does this power a single home, but this can power entire communities. So the Block Energy is a first of its kind energy distribution system. You've heard some of the exciting news about this innovative system from the earlier speakers and its impact on the world, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about the technology. Behind me is a production block box that's being built and tested prior to deployment in the South Shore Bay project. The Block Energy system, as I said, is a first of its kind energy system, and it's more than just adding solar and storage. It's a system that's interactive. It operates independently at each home, but it's part of a network that shares energy across from home to home or across the whole network. The electricity that is being delivered to the home is reassuringly familiar. So the homeowner uses the same plugs, they use the same appliances, they use, it's the same AC, nothing is different, but the difference is that its renewable energy content is high, and the homeowner did not have to stress about the selection, the purchasing, the choices of solar cells, of batteries. This is all in the house when he moves into it, and it's owned by the utility, so therefore it's both owned, operated, and maintained. It's basically stress-free for the homeowner. It's also highly scalable and highly modular. So scalable in terms of that we can have small quantities of homes that we power up, or we can have complete communities, and we can even go and interconnect communities with this particular system. We are also prepared for the future, going from AC to DC, because as you know, things are eventually going to go to DC. All of our appliances, our TVs are all basically DC. We just have the AC front end. So in a sense, the Block Energy is the Rosetta Stone of energy. And we're also prepared for the age of EVs and efficient appliances. So all of these things make the Block Energy a truly first of its kind. I want to thank you for coming to see the facility today and production that we have going on here. And now I'm going to toss it back to Louise Ancomo, our EVP of Business Development, and she's going to show you how to get the Block Energy system for your community.
Hi, me again, Louise Ancomo, EVP Business Development at Emera Technologies. I hope you enjoyed what you saw today. To learn more about Block Energy or to get a system for your community, please email us at connect@blockenergy.com or check out our website, blockenergy.com. The year ahead is looking very bright for Emera Technologies, the makers of Block Energy, and we look forward to bringing more to you soon. But for now, thanks so much.
The world wants new energy solutions. City services, local businesses, and neighborhoods need cleaner, affordable, reliable energy delivered safely. Electricity needs to be smart and future-proof. But new solutions are complicated. They're tough to implement and don't integrate easily into existing utility systems. None solve all the problems. Until now. Introducing Block Energy, the smart energy platform designed to eliminate complexity and risk. Block Energy is a world's first, a fully functioning power system with plug-and-play technology that's purpose-built to work with utilities, delivering safe, cleaner energy with advanced resilience. Block Energy's simple kit of parts is modular and scalable to adapt to changing requirements and growing communities. No customized engineering or design required. Here's how it works. The system connects local generation and storage throughout communities at all sizes in self-sustaining block loops, using smart distributed controls, able to operate independently and interoperate seamlessly with the local utility grid. As communities grow, Block Energy expands without disruption, delivering truly frictionless installation and operation. The result is the most advanced distributed local power available today for neighborhoods and communities. Block Energy is part of the Emera family. Active in Canada, the US, and the Caribbean, with 2.5 million customers, $34 billion in assets, and over $6 billion in annual revenue. And now, makers of Block Energy. Military tested, Block Energy is delivering the new standard for security and resiliency on Kirtland Air Force Base right now. Thank you to our development partners, Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandia National Labs, and the Department of Energy's Distributed Energy Technology Lab for making Block Energy's pilot program a success. Local networked grids are the future standard of electricity. With builds in progress across the U.S., Block Energy is the future of energy delivered today.